In less than 3 months, the Borneo theater had collapsed around the Japanese. Currently, the Imperial Japanese Army was trapped in Brunei Bay with no way out. Since the Kriegsmarine began patrolling the South China Sea, the Imperial Japanese Navy had no opportunity to rescue their soldiers from certain death. After fighting bitterly to the last man in every battle so far, what remained of the Japanese forces in the region had fallen back to the last available territory they could occupy. They had fortified Brunei Bay in every conceivable position, waiting and watching for the German Majapahit coalition's attack. Captain Hermann von Habsburg sat atop a Panther tank, rifle in hand. He and his entire squad would ride these machines of war to the edge of the battlefield, where they would deploy alongside their Majapahit allies to assault the enemy's position. This was the final battle in the Bornean theater, and for the past 3 days, the Kriegsmarine and the Luftwaffe had bombarded Brunei's coast with everything they had. Despite this, Hermann was convinced that the Japanese defenses were still well intact, and he expected a bloody battle to unfold. Just as he was about to say his prayers, the roar of the Panther's engine echoed through the air as the tank's crew activated the machine. With this, Hermann and his men would deploy to the front lines. Not long after, the armored division reached the edges of the battlefield, where German and Majapahit soldiers deployed from the tops of tanks and the interiors of infantry fighting vehicles. While the German armor bulldozed through the Japanese defenses without hesitation, the infantry stayed back and opened fire on the enemy soldiers. Hermann hid behind the cover of sandbags as he fired his assault rifle downrange toward the Japanese defenses. He aligned the rear and front sights with one another, aiming at the torso of a Japanese rifleman who fired wildly toward the coalition forces. It was immediately apparent that the man was a conscript who had been rushed into service, as his shots missed their targets by a wide margin. With the squeeze of the trigger, a single shot flew downrange and into the man's chest, tearing through his insides and burying itself in his heart. Since the Germans were not facing enemies with body armor, they had been issued ammunition that would have been banned in war during Berenger's past life. Hollow-point bullets were designed to pierce flesh and expand rapidly upon impact, creating a much larger body cavity. They were especially deadly to soft targets. However, the one fault with these rounds was the shape of the bullet, which lacked precision at longer ranges. To address this, the German army manufactured 8x57mm and 8x33mm ammunition with polymer tips that gave the bullet a proper Spitzer shape, allowing it to excel at long ranges while still performing like a standard hollow-point round upon penetration. In Berenger's past life, these projectiles were primarily used for hunting, as hollow points of any kind were prohibited in combat by international rules of war. However, in this world, the only rules regarding warfare were designed by Berenger to protect civilians and prisoners of war. Despite this, he had explicitly ensured that no prohibitions were placed on the types of weapons and munitions permitted in combat. Thus, these specialty hollow-point munitions were fair game. After firing a single shot into the chest of the Japanese soldier, Hermann aimed down his sights and fired a controlled burst towards another target. At least 2 of the 4 bullets hit their mark, and the man howled in pain as he fell to the floor, likely to die soon if he wasn't already dead. Hermann continued to fire, as did the men of his company and their Majapahit allies. After using up one magazine, Hermann hit the release on his rifle and swiftly swapped out the magazine for a fresh one. He pulled back on the charging handle and released it just as he was aiming down his sights at another target. By now, the German armor had broken through Brunei's defenses, paving the way for Hermann and his men to advance. With the blow of a whistle, he signaled to all his troops to charge the enemy defenses, leading by example. Holding his assault rifle, Hermann rushed through rifle and machine gun fire alike, charging towards the gap in the enemy's defenses. Once inside, he aimed down the bore of his weapon and fired a shot into the bodies of the enemy at extremely close range. The selective fire capability of the Germans' weapons proved invaluable in close-quarters combat, allowing them to point the muzzle of their weapons towards the torsos of the enemy and hold down the trigger. This was not the case for the Japanese, who were primarily armed with long, semi-automatic rifles that could only fire as fast as one could pull the trigger. The confusion between automatic and semi-automatic function had led to some seriously misguided government restrictions on a wide variety of firearms and accessories within certain states of America during Berenger's past life. Without mercy, Hermann and his unit rushed through the fray, firing controlled bursts toward the torsos of the enemy. The enemy fought to stem the rising tide of German and Majapahit soldiers charging through the gaps in their defenses. Despite their efforts, the firepower of the Germans and the overwhelming number of Majapahit troops quickly overwhelmed the Japanese defenses, forcing them back toward the coastline. The Japanese, with nowhere left to run, realized their imminent deaths and chose to fix their bayonets for one last desperate charge against the coalition forces. Unfortunately for them, they were completely surrounded by both armor and infantry, who unleashed their weapons without a hint of mercy. Ask for no mercy and expect none. This was the motto drilled into the Imperial Japanese soldiers by their officers, most of whom were samurai from a bygone era. The Japanese army did not even consider surrendering. Instead, they died with swords and rifles in hand, their honor intact. With this victory, the battle for Borneo was finally over. With the aid of their German allies, the Royal Majapahit army had reclaimed the island and annihilated the last remnants of their enemy. Though Itami would grieve the loss of her soldiers and lament her inability to evacuate them from the island, she would double her efforts to maintain control of the southern half of the Joseon Peninsula and reinforce her position in the Philippines, which she was certain would be the next target for her enemies. Word reached Heiankyo shortly after the Japanese defeat in Borneo. Itami was understandably glum after hearing that she had lost a theater of combat after just 3 months of warfare. As a result, she quickly responded to the incident by reinforcing her positions in southern Korea and the Philippines, which she felt would be the next regions to suffer a German invasion. Another month came and went, with the fighting in Korea continuing, but no invasion of the Philippines. Instead, the German Empire took a step back and fortified their position in the South China Sea. With the Philippines cut off from the rest of the Japanese Empire, Berenger had no plans to rush an invasion. Instead, he began ferrying troops from the Indian Empire to Borneo, along with more regiments of the Royal Majapahit Army. Until now, Daria had stayed out of the war, at least as far as combat was concerned. Instead, he provided logistical support and raw materials to his German allies. However, with the victory in Borneo, Daria decided it was time to win some glory for his own empire, and thus declared war on Japan the day after the Battle of Borneo concluded. As a result, 100,000 fresh soldiers from the Indian Empire were now moving towards Borneo and Phuket, where they, along with their Majapahit allies, would invade the Philippines. With the Indians now involved in the conflict, Berenger no longer needed to send his own troops to the South China Sea. Instead, he began ferrying his divisions north towards Korea to make a complete and total push against the fortified Japanese defenses. The Kaiser expected that within a month, Korea would fall entirely back into Joseon hands. From there, it would be a matter of laying siege to the Japanese mainland. In the meantime, the 6th and 8th carrier strike groups had returned to their respective ports to rearm and refuel. Hans was currently standing on the deck of the SMS Österreich, gazing upon the newest acquisition for his carrier wing. 2 new aircraft were replacing the older Ta-152 fighter interceptors and Ju-87 Stuka torpedo bombers. The Kufstein Royal Armoury had truly outdone itself, managing to produce an entire carrier wing's worth of the latest generation fighters. What was supposed to take 6 months to a year had been accomplished in half the minimum estimated time frame. The Ta-183/3 jet fighters were sitting on the deck of the carrier as Hans walked over and touched the hull of the new aircraft he had been issued. He was utterly astonished by the latest creation of the fatherland, which the deck crew was currently painting his particular jet red, white, and black. Hans climbed into the cockpit of the fighter and examined the controls, which were more advanced than those of his previous turbojet-powered fighter interceptor. Not only were the avionics vastly improved over the old design, but there was an extra button on the joystick, which Hans suspected controlled the missile system he saw hanging from the wings. The Ta-183 jet fighter employed by the Germans in this world was far more advanced than the prototype design the Nazis had developed at the end of the Second World War in Berenger's past life. By the standards of the previous world, this aircraft would be considered a Generation 2+ jet. The only reason it wasn't classified as a Generation 3 jet was that the design lacked supersonic flight, as it was not equipped with afterburners. In addition to the Ta-183 jet fighters, another design had been developed concurrently. The AR-234 was a jet-powered bomber that was small and lightweight compared to larger designs. In the Second World War, these bombers saw limited use at the end of the war as reconnaissance aircraft. However, Berenger was inspired by the design and modified it for a single purpose: to be used on board carriers as an anti-ship bomber. The AR-234 stationed on the SMS Österreich could carry either 1,500 kilograms of bombs or multiple torpedoes within their bays. While this was impressive on its own, these bombers were also equipped with a far more deadly weapon, a single V-1 cruise missile mounted on top of each AR-234. These missiles could be launched at enemy targets while in mid-flight. Naturally, Berenger intended for these missiles to take out Japanese ships. These bombers were not only fast enough to evade Japanese anti-aircraft weaponry, but they could also launch a lethal strike against an enemy vessel from 240 kilometers away. To put it simply, even if the Imperial Japanese Navy were 5 times its current size, a single German carrier strike group armed with these bombers would be capable of annihilating it. Although only one CSG was currently equipped with these advanced weapons, Berenger intended to replace the air wings aboard each carrier with these new jet-powered aircraft by the end of the war, thus giving Germany control of the world's oceans. Hans could only smile as he thought about the immense advantage the Reich would have over any opponent it might face in the future. While Japan had struggled to produce wooden aircraft, Germany was now capable of mass manufacturing jet fighters and bombers. The next generation of flight had arrived as quickly as the previous one had faded. With this first foray into jet technology, the Luftwaffe would continue to develop and produce new jet aircraft to replace their current propeller-driven designs. However, what was certain was that these jet fighters and bombers aboard the SMS Österreich would be the first of such technology to wage war in the world. This was something Hans took pride in. Shortly after inspecting the new aircraft, Hans was called back to the section of the ship where he and his fellow pilots resided. The wing commander had an announcement to make, and as a captain of his own squadron, Hans stood beside him. The commander gazed upon his pilots. Some were experienced veterans, while others were fresh replacements for those lost in the war. Regardless, they all had wide smiles on their faces, discussing among themselves the newest aircraft that they would be the first in the entire Luftwaffe to fly. However, the commander did not seem pleased and quickly shared his thoughts. By now, you have all seen the new aircraft our carrier wing has been assigned. I won't lie to you. We are being used as guinea pigs to test the latest equipment, and we have limited time to get accustomed to these new jets before we are sent to war in them. Though our superiors deny it, I have no doubt you can thank the Crimson Prince for our newest upgrades. As the greatest flying ace in the Reich and the son of the Kaiser, he has undoubtedly caught the eye of the Air Marshal, who seems to think our wing is the best test subjects in the entire Luftwaffe. So, once we have finished loading these new planes aboard the carrier, I want each and every one of you to become as acquainted with them as possible over the next few weeks. That means no shore leave, especially you, Haywire. From now until the moment we depart, you will all be logging as many flight hours as you can. That is all. Dismissed. Despite the commander's harsh words, the rest of the air wing seemed ecstatic to test the newest equipment. Things had been rather stagnant since they began patrolling the South China Sea. With Borneo now back in the hands of the Majapahit Empire and the invasion of the Philippines still some time away, these men had not seen combat in a while. However, that was about to change. Since the Battle of the Marshall Islands, Itami had been keeping her navy within the Sea of Japan as a protective measure. Japan only had 4 battleships left and a handful of cruisers. The rest of what remained of the Imperial Japanese Navy were small flotillas of destroyers and submarines, which did their best to protect the Japanese transport convoys. However, Berenger was determined to eliminate what was left of Japan's naval forces. Thus, after a few weeks of his pilots becoming intimately familiar with their new aircraft, the Kaiser tasked the pilots of the 6th Carrier Air Wing to conduct an all-out attack on the Japanese Navy, currently patrolling in the Sea of Japan. At the time, the 6th Carrier Strike Group was roughly halfway between Taiwan and the Bohai Sea. Their official objective was to enter the region and provide air support to the Joseon German coalition forces. In reality, they had a much more secret mission. Hans was awoken in the dead of night by his fellow pilots, who were already dressed in their flight gear. Haywire had a particularly sinister grin on his face as he tossed Hans's uniform onto his half-awake face, yelling, "Hans, get the fuck up. We've got a mission to complete." With that, the Crimson Prince dragged himself out of bed and adorned himself in his flight uniform. Once dressed, he joined the rest of the pilots on the deck of the SMS Österreich, where he saw the wing commander suited up and ready for battle. Naturally, the man had prepared a speech for his unit of highly trained pilots. "Gentlemen, today we will be conducting a covert operation in the Sea of Japan. As we speak, the Third Fleet of the Imperial Japanese Navy is patrolling the region. Needless to say, this fleet is our enemy's last remaining naval force of any significance. Thus, our objective is to take flight with our new aircraft and strike from a distance with our V-1 cruise missiles. For our fighter pilots, your objective is to safeguard the bombers if we encounter any threats. You have your orders, so get ready to take flight. Captain Hans, given your renowned piloting skills, you will be the first to launch." It was at times like this that Hans suspected his wing commander, and former flight trainer, was deeply envious of his achievements so far. However, he had no plans to complain and thus saluted the man before doing as instructed. Once inside the cockpit, Hans ignited his engine and aligned his aircraft with the steam-powered catapult, which launched him into the air. He then piloted his fighter to the coordinates he had been given. Immediately after, another plane was launched, followed by another, until all 42 aircraft were airborne and heading toward the Sea of Japan. The journey did not take too long. Traveling at roughly 1,223 km per hour, it took about half an hour from their launch point to reach their destination. The wing of fighters and bombers was far from any naval support, but they were also at a high altitude in the middle of the night. While the German jets were equipped with extensive radar capabilities, the Japanese Ki-100 and SAXS lacked such technology. The only concern was that a Japanese radar station might pick them up. Unfortunately for the Germans, there was one located on the island of Tsushima, which quickly identified their radar signatures as a foreign adversary as they approached the Jeju Strait. In response, the Japanese launched a series of fighters to intercept them. However, the Japanese fighter planes could only travel at about the same speed as the German jets, and thus had no chance of reaching the German position before they launched their attack. With each passing second, the German carrier wing approached their target at a rapid speed. It was only a matter of time before the Third Fleet of the Imperial Japanese Navy was sunk. Itami was awakened in the middle of the night by one of her aides. The woman's face bore an anxious look as she hurriedly explained the details of what the Japanese generals had to say. As a devout member of the cult of the war goddess, the aide used the honorific reserved only for deities in Japan when speaking to Itami. "Kami-sama, I am sorry to wake you at such an ungodly hour. However, you should know that our radar station at Tsushima has picked up multiple signatures of what appear to be German aircraft." Itami glared at her aide, furious that she had been woken up over such a trivial matter. She quickly scolded the woman for her foolishness. "So? Dispatch our fighters to intercept them. Do you really need to wake me up over such a petty matter?" However, the anxious look on the aide's face only worsened as she bit her lip, struggling to voice the concerns of the generals who had dispatched her to awaken the young empress. "Kami-sama, you should know, the German aircraft were traveling at such high speeds that our fighters were not capable of intercepting them before they reached their target, which appears to be the Third Fleet." What Itami had just heard was simply ludicrous. There was no feasible way the Germans could accomplish such a thing. Unless... Suddenly, Itami had a gut-wrenching feeling. She quickly jumped out of bed, threw her coat around her nightgown, and immediately proceeded to the war room of her palace without saying a word. Once inside, the generals all looked to Itami with concerned expressions. They did not know how the Germans had achieved such high speeds with their aircraft, but it was deeply concerning. Before these men could even question their orders from the Empress, she had barked commands at them. "Get Admiral Izumi Hiramori on the line this instant, and warn him that the Germans are fast approaching. I don't know how they managed it, but we cannot underestimate their sudden attack. Quickly, or I will have your heads." Admiral Izumi Hiramori was a staunch fanatic of the cult of the war goddess. He would listen to anything Itami commanded and fulfill her orders without hesitation, no matter how absurd. Itami knew that the fleet could not possibly outrun the German jet fighters and bombers, and thus she had ordered her naval forces to be prepared for an immediate attack, hoping that the flak guns on board the vessels would be enough to stop the Germans and their dastardly plot. At the same time, Itami stared at a screen displaying the radar signatures of her Third Fleet, located in the Jeju Strait. However, in the next moment, her worst fears were realized as one of the ship's radar signatures disappeared from the map, followed by another, and another, until the entire fleet had vanished. Itami could not explain how such a thing had happened so quickly, nor did she realize that the German bombers had attacked from a distance of 240 kilometers with cruise missiles, utterly decimating the Japanese fleet. 30 cruise missiles had been launched, their targets locked onto the Japanese ships with radar. Their explosive payloads were more than enough to destroy a battleship, let alone cruisers or destroyers. In the blink of an eye, before anyone could react, the third fleet of the Imperial Japanese Navy had been sunk. Neither Itami nor her generals wanted to believe that their last fleet was gone. Still, the evidence was damning. Despite this, there were multiple attempts to contact the sunken fleet. However, all that remained on the line was static. Itami sank back into her seat in deep depression. Her entire navy was gone, aside from a few submarines and destroyers that were protecting her transport ships. She no longer had the ability to fight the Germans at sea. Nor did she have the ability to contend with them in the air, as most of her air force had been destroyed as well. This was the final nail in the coffin. Itami had lost all hope of bringing the Germans to the negotiating table. All she could do now was mount one last defense of the Japanese mainland. Her next course of action was abundantly clear: she must evacuate all of her troops from the Korean peninsula before the Germans could disrupt her. At the very least, she would spare what remained of her army a brutal death in a foreign land. And in a sudden turn of events, the Imperial Japanese Army had completely withdrawn from their fortified positions. Previously, the German and Joseon troops had battled the Japanese army to the death on every occasion, not because they were particularly ruthless, but because the Japanese soldiers were possessed with an undying loyalty to their empire. Believing this conflict to be a war of aggression started by the German Empire, the Japanese forces fought fiercely. However, suddenly, before the ground forces in Korea had time to confirm the destruction of the Third Japanese Fleet, the Imperial Japanese Army had made a full withdrawal. As a result, the German-Joseon coalition effortlessly made their way south through the Korean peninsula. Everywhere they looked, there was abandoned military and industrial equipment. The mines in the Taebaek Mountains had been completely deserted, with large heaps of iron ore and coal stacked in carts. It seemed that the Japanese were in such a hurry to flee that they had abandoned the natural resources which were the initial cause of their invasion and occupation of the southern half of the Korean peninsula. Naturally, Berenger knew why this was the case. Itami realized that her position in Korea was doomed without a navy to protect her transports. Since she could no longer continue to fight for the region, she was now withdrawing her forces to the Japanese mainland for a last defense. However, would Berenger allow her to do so? By no uncertain means, this was Itami's Dunkirk, and if he let 100,000, or possibly even more Japanese soldiers, withdraw, Japan would never give up its fight, not without a long and bloody conquest of Japan. This was something Berenger wanted to avoid, if at all possible. However, there was a disagreement between the Kaiser and the Joseon king on how to proceed, and thus, Berenger was currently engaged in a bitter argument with his eastern ally. I understand your concern about caring for the civilians traumatized by the Japanese occupation. However, if we allow the Japanese to retreat to their homeland, they will never end this fight. They will fight us on the beaches, on the landing grounds, in the fields, and in the streets. They will fight us in the hills, and they will never surrender. We must push forward to Busan and disregard everything else. If we don't, this war will last for years and cause untold suffering to the young men of our nations. If you do not commit your forces to this attack, then I will conduct it alone. The Joseon king sat in silence for some time, as if debating internally his next course of action. In the end, he responded with a heavy sigh, agreeing to Berenger's demands. Very well, we shall do as you say. I will commit my troops to attack Busan alongside your forces. With this, the German Empire and the Joseon dynasty immediately committed their troops to a hasty push southward to Busan, aiming to intercept the Imperial Japanese Army before they could retreat to their homeland. Word came suddenly in the night: the Third Fleet was no more. With this loss, Japan no longer had the ability to project force abroad, and General Shiba Kayahiko was forced to withdraw his forces from Korea. This did not sit well with Shiba, who considered this loss the greatest humiliation of his life. He was so outraged by the Imperial Japanese Navy's destruction that he was among the first to withdraw from the theater in order to speak with Itami and beg her to give him another chance to redeem himself. In the city of Heiankyo, Shiba and Itami were engaged in a fierce argument about how to proceed with the ongoing war. Itami's face was flushed red with anger as she screamed at the top of her lungs at the man she had trusted to win the Korean front. I would have thought that you, of all people, would understand my reason for retreating. We must reserve what is left of our forces to protect our homeland. This means both ground and air forces. Even if the majority of our current pilots are nothing more than conscripts given a crash course in flying, it will have to suffice. Without proper naval and air support, we cannot hope to defend Korea. Now is the time to withdraw our forces from abroad and defend our mainland from a German invasion to the best of our ability. If we can do this, we might be able to surrender on favorable terms. I don't care what you have to do, even if you have to arm the youth and elderly, but we must defend our homeland from the enemy, no matter the cost. Shiba had patiently listened to Itami's words, but found himself in complete disagreement with her approach. Surrender? How could he possibly surrender? To do so would be to admit that Itami was Berenger's inferior. Did the woman not always say that she would only marry a man who could best her on the battlefield? No, surrender was not an option. Instead, Shiba wanted one last chance to prove himself worthy of his goddess. Kami-sama, please. I beg you, do not withdraw our forces to the mainland. Instead, pull them back to Tsushima. The Germans will have to cross through the island to reach our shores. If I can just lead our troops in Tsushima, I know I can give you the victory you need. Itami thought about this for several moments. It would be easier and safer to withdraw her forces to Tsushima rather than the mainland. However, she did not want Shiba in charge of the defense. His talents were better suited to preparing the mainland's defenses in case Tsushima fell. Thus, she sighed heavily before partially relenting to his request. Very well, we shall withdraw our forces to Tsushima. However, I am not granting you authority over our forces in the region. I need you here, on the mainland, preparing our defenses in case the Germans manage to break through our lines on the island. I will have to find another suitable candidate for the task of defending Tsushima. I will also need to begin the immediate evacuation of all citizens on the island. Things are about to get ugly in the area, and I do not want any civilians caught in the crossfire. Though Shiba wanted to debate Itami further on this point, he was immediately silenced by the woman. She raised her finger and pressed it against his lips the moment he uttered a sound. There was an intense glare in the albino beauty's sanguine eyes, which told the man all he needed to know. With a heavy sigh, he finally agreed to her orders and walked away, leaving her on her own. Very well, I understand. I will immediately begin to prepare our nation's defenses. After Shiba had vanished from Itami's sight, she fell back into her chair and took a deep breath to calm her nerves. If she could not gain a victory at Tsushima, the war would be as good as over. She had to prepare herself to do what was necessary for the safety of her people, even if it did not sit well with her generals. After the victory in Borneo, Captain Hermann von Habsburg and his unit were moved from the island to the Korean front, where he and the men under his command fought on the front lines of war. However, seemingly overnight, the Imperial Japanese Army began to withdraw to Busan with the full intention of abandoning the theater. Now it was a race against time, as the soldiers of the German and Joseon armies pushed their way through the Korean landscape, attempting to reach the shores of Busan before the enemy could escape back to their homeland. Hermann von Habsburg was not the slightest bit nervous. As proof, he rested on the sloped armor of a Panther tank, his Stahlhelm covering his face to block out the sun. Other members of his unit were smoking cigarettes to cope with the stress of battle, which they had endured for months on end. An entire generation of German youth had been raised for the purpose of war, and though these young men were seasoned long before they set foot on the battlefield, they were still human. Enduring stress, especially in the form of bullets and artillery, was something a person could only handle for so long without relief. Yet it was their duty to storm the beaches of Borneo and advance through the mountains of Korea, without regard for their single lives. Self-sacrifice was the first basis for human civilization, and thus these men would gladly give their lives for family, folk, and fatherland if they had to, and not complain as they did so. Before stepping onto the battlefield all those years ago, Hermann had been conflicted with a variety of familial issues stemming from his sister's betrayal, which led to their father's death. However, now he could not care less. War had become his home after years of battling savages, and now competing against the only other industrial power in this world. Hermann had grown accustomed to the echoes of gunfire and the scent of blood. Whether he lived or died ultimately did not matter to him. After all, he still had an elder brother to continue the family name. Such a life was not particularly appealing to Hermann. Instead, he found himself more comfortable in a muddy trench surrounded by his men than at peace in the fatherland. Perhaps this was why he remained unwed, even as he approached his 30s. Thus, as the echoes of gunfire crackled in the air from the Japanese defenses in Busan, Hermann slept. Eventually, the sound of the Panther's main gun going off awoke him. He realized the rest of his company had hopped off their tanks and out of their infantry fighting vehicles, leaving him alone as bullets barreled towards him. After casually tossing his Stahlhelm over his skull, Hermann jumped down behind cover and racked the charging handle of his assault rifle. A nearby automatic rifleman had deployed his bipod over the crumbled stone wall and was firing bursts of bullets towards the Japanese, who hid behind sandbags. The advantage of the STG-27, modeled after the FG-42 from Berenger's past life, was that it fired from an open bolt in automatic mode and from a closed bolt in semi-automatic mode. This allowed for reliable bursts of fire as well as precise shots. Each soldier had been issued a 1.5x magnified scope, which greatly enhanced their ability to hit targets while also allowing a perfect co-witness with the iron sights. Whether they were issued an automatic rifle or an assault rifle, these optics performed exceptionally on the battlefield, especially when compared to the Japanese, who were forced to use iron sights. After firing a barrage of hollow-point bullets toward the enemy, Hermann heard an order from a nearby radio operator. "Captain, our orders are to withdraw from the front lines. It appears the artillery has arrived." Rather than risk being caught in dangerous territory, Hermann, along with all other officers deployed to the front lines, quickly gave the order to retreat back to the armored vehicles. As thousands of German and Josian troops withdrew from firing range, the Japanese soldiers hollered insults, as if they truly believed they had forced the enemy to retreat. However, in the next moment, their cheers came to an abrupt end as tens of thousands of rockets took to the skies and rapidly fell upon the Japanese defenses. The fiery explosions consumed all who were tasked with resisting the German Josian advance. They were dead before they could even scream. What followed the rocket artillery was an overwhelming barrage from the Hummel self-propelled artillery, which numbered in the hundreds. They ruthlessly pounded the remaining Japanese defenses with their 15 cm guns. By the time the German mechanized infantry was permitted to attack again, nothing was left of the Imperial Japanese Army's first and second lines of defense except smoldering ruins. With this, the German-Josian coalition was one step closer to the beaches, where they could cut off the Japanese escape. While the German and Josian armies made their way to the coast in an attempt to cut off the Japanese escape, the Luftwaffe was in the air, doing their best to sink the transport ships. The primary means of attack were the Ju-87 Stuka dive bombers, who dropped their payloads as often as possible. Most of these pilots had come from an airbase further north. As for the few carriers that bore bombers, they came from the 6th Carrier Strike Group, further out in the Bohai Sea. Thus, rather than dive bombers, these were AR-234 jets, primarily equipped with torpedoes this time around. The SMS Österreich only kept a small supply of V-1 cruise missiles on board, which had been used up during the previous attack on the Japanese Third Fleet a few days prior. Hans, as usual, was tasked with protecting the bombers as he flew in his Ta-183/3 jet fighter, zipping through the air with minimal effort while fighting against the limited aircraft the Japanese had deployed to protect their convoy. The Ta-183 jet fighter could fly twice as fast as the Ki-106 fighter and was equipped with radar-guided air-to-air missiles. Thus, Hans had an enormous advantage over the enemy. The X-1 air-to-air missile was modeled after the Rürstel X-4 from Berenger's past life. However, unlike its predecessor, it was modified to use radar locking technology instead of wire-guided technology. As a result, it could seek and destroy Japanese fighters with ease. Hans had by now mastered the new weapon and expertly piloted the aircraft around the skies, locking onto enemy targets with minimal effort. At the press of a button, he fired the first air-to-air missile that would score a kill in this world. The missile took off, flew through the air, and chased down its target. It could hit a target at a distance of 3.5 kilometers and travel at a speed of 880 kilometers per hour. There was simply no feasible way for the Ki-106 to escape its path. Faster than Hans could count the seconds, the X-1 missile collided with its target and exploded upon impact. There was nothing left of the mostly wooden plane or its pilot, as they completely disintegrated mid-air. Haywire, who was Hans' wingman, exclaimed in shock over the radio as he witnessed the destructive power of their new weapons. Jesus fucking Christ! As he said this, Hans had locked onto another target and fired another X-1 missile. In the blink of an eye, the explosion consumed another Japanese pilot's life. The battle on the ground below was just as intense. German Wolfpacks, combined with torpedo dive and jet bombers, worked in tandem to destroy the Japanese convoys, while the German armored divisions pressed forward to the beaches. The soldiers of the Imperial Japanese Army gazed in horror as their lifelines sank beneath the ocean's surface. On this day, less than 20,000 Japanese troops escaped from Korea with their lives intact to the nearby island of Tsushima, which was only one-fourth of the troops Itami hoped would survive the slaughter. As for the rest of the Imperial Japanese Army in Busan, like in all other major battles, the Japanese had utterly refused to surrender and instead fought until their last breaths, ultimately giving their lives in a pointless struggle. Weeks had passed since the Battle of Busan ended, and during this time, the German army surprisingly did nothing. Naturally, Japan took advantage of this period to withdraw their civilians from Tsushima and replace them with several armored divisions of soldiers. With the loss of Korea, the Imperial Japanese industry now relied on the stockpiles of iron and coal gained from their occupation of the region to manufacture more weapons of war. It was becoming increasingly clear to Itami that these supplies would not last another 6 months, and thus, she was desperate to produce as many weapons as possible within this timeframe. Nearly 2 months passed before Itami finally heard of the Germans' movements. When she did, it came in the form of a direct message from the Kaiser himself. Berenger had reached out to Itami via the embassy in Beijing to personally request her surrender. When Itami picked up the line, she was livid to hear from the man who had declared war on her only a few months after they had both fought so hard to maintain the fragile peace that previously existed between their realms. She quickly gave him a piece of her mind. "Are you happy now? Hundreds of thousands of my people lie dead, my empire is in ruins, and yet I am still determined to fight for the continued survival of my people. Let it be known, Berenger von Kufstein, if you send your forces to Japan, I will make them bleed for every inch of ground they take." Silence remained on the other end for some time until, finally, Itami heard a loud and forceful sigh. "If you and your men are so determined to fight to the bitter end, then so be it. I will give you 3 days to reconsider. If you fail to surrender to me in this time frame, don't blame me for taking the gloves off. Until now, I have fought this war with a certain degree of chivalry. However, enough of my men have suffered because of your greed and avarice. No longer. This is your final warning. Surrender, or suffer the consequences. That is all I have to say on the matter." Before Itami could respond, Berenger had hung up, leaving her furious at his actions. She vented her anger for some time but ultimately ignored Berenger's orders. 3 days passed, and Berenger stood in his war room, watching his wristwatch, waiting for the exact moment to give the order to attack. As the clock struck 12, he sighed heavily in defeat before picking up the radiophone and immediately contacting a man he had dispatched to Korea for a specific purpose. The familiar voice of Berenger's Reichsguard commander, Reich, resounded on the other side of the line with a hint of malicious glee. "So, I assume the bitch has still refused to surrender?" Berenger nodded, then realized Reich couldn't see him. "Indeed. You know what to do." Berenger hung up before the man could respond and swiftly retreated to his chair in the war room, where he sat down and stared out into space, lamenting that things had come to this. Somewhere in Korea, an attractive golden-haired man smiled cruelly, holding a phone in his hand. He dialed the number that would connect him to his immediate subordinate, who was standing by, waiting for the orders to begin their wicked plot. The moment the line connected, Reich gave the order to initiate the attack. "The Kaiser has given his approval to proceed as planned. I think it is about time we test our newest weapon on the battlefield." The response to this statement was brief, but with a stern tone. "Yes, General Feldmarschall." Upon hearing this, Reich smiled and hung up the phone. He quickly stepped out of his tent and onto the edge of a nearby cliff, where he gazed into the distance toward Tsushima. Speaking to himself, he aired his thoughts aloud. If Empress Itami does not surrender even after this, then I fear I may finally get my fill of enjoyment in this war after all. An entire wing of jet bombers flew high above the Korea Strait. They had launched from the German airbase in Singapore and had been traveling at high speeds and altitudes for the past few hours. These were not the standard carrier-borne AR-234 light bombers. Instead, they were newly manufactured long-range jet bombers. The Messerschmitt P.1107, also known as the Me-462, was a long-range strategic jet bomber designed as a prototype by the Germans during the Second World War in Berenger's past life. Over the past 2 months, it had recently entered production in this world. Currently, this plane was being mass-produced to replace the aging Me-264s that were currently in widespread service. On board these strategic bombers was a special payload of deadly ordnance, which Berenger had decided to deploy only now that the war was nearing its end. Initially, Berenger had been willing to give Itami a chance to surrender, but predictably, she had stubbornly refused. Thus, she brought a disastrous fate upon her troops. It was beginning to seem that this war was taking an awfully similar turn to the Pacific theater during Berenger's past life. Since he had not yet begun the refinement of nuclear material and had no plans to develop nuclear weapons in this lifetime, Berenger had to use a different weapon of mass destruction to prove his point to the emboldened Empress, who would rather see her civilization destroyed than surrender. The crew on board these bombers were hesitant to drop their payloads, knowing full well the horrific fate that awaited those affected by these weapons. However, they had been assured before the mission began that the Empire of Japan had evacuated all civilians from the island of Tsushima, thus alleviating some of the guilt that would otherwise have gripped their hearts. Eventually, the bombers flew over Tsushima and dropped their payloads. Each aircraft carried 4,000 kilograms of ordnance, for a total of 314,000 kilograms. As the bombs fell from the skies over Tsushima, the Japanese defenders instinctively took cover in their bunkers and tunnels. However, when the ordnance finally detonated, it was not a fiery explosion but a clear and colorless mist that spread across the entire island, killing every living thing. What was dropped was not an explosive compound but 314,000 kilograms of sarin gas. Sarin is a deadly nerve agent, most notably used by German forces during the Second World War of Berenger's past life. It can be absorbed through the skin, so even wearing a gas mask would not prevent a brutal death. No bunker, tunnel, or armored vehicle could save the Japanese soldiers stationed on Tsushima from their horrific fate. In fact, the only thing that could have possibly spared them was a readily available CBRN suit, which Japan lacked the technological capability to create, let alone mass-produce. The mist surrounded the island for some time, killing every living creature that dwelled on Tsushima. The loss of life was not limited to humans alone. Instead, the entire ecosystem had been annihilated in a matter of minutes, turning Tsushima into a barren wasteland incapable of supporting life for years to come. By the time the mist finally dissipated, Berenger was immediately alerted to the success of the attack. He swiftly got Itami on the line, who was entirely unaware of what had just occurred. Berenger's voice was grim as he spoke to Itami, and if she didn't know any better, she could have sworn there was a hint of remorse in his tone. I warned you what would happen if you refused to surrender. I will give you some time to discover what has become of your precious island stronghold and those who dwell within it. After you realize the fate that has befallen your troops, I will give you another 72 hours to surrender. If you fail to do so within the allotted time, I can promise you that Kyoto will be next. After saying this, Berenger hung up, not giving Itami a chance to respond. When she finally realized the horrific fate her troops had suffered, any resistance she still had to the idea of surrender was immediately broken. What came next would be a conversation between herself and her most trusted general, one that would seal the fate of Japan's once mighty empire. Itami was utterly stunned by Berenger's message. As far as she knew, there had been no news of an attack on Tsushima. However, from the foreboding tone in Berenger's voice, she knew something horrendous had occurred. Over and over again, Itami repeated the words Berenger had spoken to her in her mind, and no matter how she attempted to decipher the message, there was always a noticeable hint of remorse in the man's voice. At first, she thought she was hearing things, but after recalling the memory so vividly time and again, she realized that Berenger had done something that even he found abhorrent. Panic immediately began to set in Itami's mind and heart. She quickly looked over to her generals, her phone still in hand, and a horrified expression on her face, struggling to let the words escape her mouth. Get in touch with Tsushima this instant. I want to know what has happened. Though the generals did not know why Itami was so shaken, they immediately did as they were told, attempting to contact the main base on the now lifeless island. However, all attempts had failed, as there was not a single surviving lifeform to answer the phone. Seeing that all attempts at communication had utterly failed, Itami quickly began to lose her composure, hysterically screaming at her generals to find answers. Find out what has happened this instant. I want a thorough investigation on this matter on my desk by sundown. After saying this, Itami fled from her war room and back to her quarters, where she struggled to cope with the ill feeling she had. There was something about the guilty tone in the man's voice that led her to believe something horrible had happened, and that she was entirely unaware of what it was. Itami remained in a state of panic for several hours before General Shiba knocked on her door and announced his arrival. Kami-sama, we have news from Tsushima. May I come in? Itami glared at her door, a hint of fear in her eyes. Her voice cracked as she responded to her general's message. Yes. Yes, hold on just a second. Itami quickly climbed out from under her covers and tidied her snow-white hair, ensuring she looked suitable. She straightened the medals pinned to her jacket, making sure her appearance was fitting for her position before she opened the door. Shiba, looking rather impatient, entered the room and handed Itami the report compiled by their investigators after visiting the island of Tsushima and witnessing the horrific display. Itami could barely believe her eyes when she read the words, "All life on the island is extinct." Understandably, she became even more anxious and shouted at her general for answers. All life is extinct? How is this even possible? Were there any signs of a struggle? The barrage of questions nearly caught Shiba off guard. He sighed heavily before answering. We are not entirely sure how the Germans managed it, but the prevailing theory is that they used some form of chemical weapon. The gas appears to have cleared from the island itself, but it is still heavily saturated within the bunkers and tunnels. We know this because one of the investigators climbed down into the complex and almost instantly died of an unknown cause. They must have dropped it from the sky. However, it is hard to tell, as there are no survivors on the island who can inform us of what our radar station picked up just before the attack. The idea that the Germans had gassed an entire island into extinction was simply too horrific for Itami to comprehend. Then, suddenly, she remembered the final words Berenger had given her: Kyoto would be next. Kyoto was the modern name from her past life for Heiankyo, the capital of her empire. Was the man seriously willing to condemn 1,000,000 innocent souls to a horrific death just because she continued to resist his aggression? After thinking this through, Itami finally realized why there was such a lament in Berenger's voice. It was not for the lives of her soldiers who were lost in the attack, but for the overwhelming number of flora and fauna that lived peacefully on Tsushima, whose entire existence was snuffed out at a moment's notice like a candle in the night. Knowing that Berenger grieved the loss of the plant and animal life and still conducted the attack, Itami believed he was not bluffing when he said he would attack Heiankyo. She could not possibly take such a risk. Japan had no choice but to surrender. What happened to Tsushima was an atrocity, but, luckily, innocent civilians had not suffered. Itami had evacuated the island in preparation for a brutal campaign. Knowing this, she considered herself fortunate. Even if 100,000 young Japanese men had perished on Tsushima in the blink of an eye, their families were safe and sound on the mainland, and, over time, her nation could repair the damage they had been dealt. However, the loss of Heiankyo would be unrecoverable and would have a severe impact on Japan's demographics for generations to come. Knowing all of this to be true, Itami sat back on her bed in complete and utter silence for several minutes, trying her best to prevent herself from crying. Shiba tried to comfort her by wrapping his arms around her back, but she instantly rejected the offer, violently slapping his arm away from her and screaming at him at the top of her lungs. Don't touch me! Though this harsh response shocked Shiba, he prevented his thoughts from escaping his lips. He was just about to offer words of comfort when Itami openly declared her intent to surrender. We have no choice now. We must surrender and endure whatever terms the Germans give us. If we do not, then Heiankyo is next, and perhaps after that, the rest of Japan. After saying this with a grim tone, Itami chuckled in defeat and muttered a phrase that would send Shiba over the edge. I have finally been bested by a man, though I never thought it would be in such a cruel manner. Knowing exactly what this meant, Shiba suddenly lost his cool and backhanded Itami across the face, an act that completely surprised her. Itami gazed in shock at a menacing Shiba. She was just about to protest her treatment when the man scolded her for her attitude. Japan will never surrender, not while I, General Shiba Kayahiko, have a say in the matter. Your attitude is utterly disgraceful and unbefitting our esteemed Empress. It has become clear to me now that I must assume command of our empire's military to secure victory against these white devils. After saying this, Shiba immediately shouted in a voice loud enough to carry into the hallway outside. Guards! Itami's Imperial Guard immediately entered the room to see what all the commotion was about, only to see Shiba looming over the Empress, who had a red mark on her face. At the next moment, Shiba gave them a command. Our goddess is hysterical after suffering such a loss at Tsushima and is not well. She is to be confined to her room for the foreseeable future. In the meantime, I will be assuming full command of her responsibilities. Until a time when I deem she is fit once more to lead our people. Itami scoffed when she saw Shiba giving commands to her Imperial Guard. These were men who were devout members of the cult of the war goddess. How could they stand by and see her treated as nothing more than a puppet? However, in the next moment, she saw the sinister look in Oteji Kayatsun's eyes, as well as the cruel smirk on his face as he nodded obediently to Shiba's orders. Of course, sir, you can count on the Imperial Guard to protect the Empress and her family. Itami gazed between the two men and suddenly understood that her position had just been usurped by her most trusted advisor. A man who had followed her since the early days of her conquests had so suddenly betrayed her and stolen the power she embodied as the Empress of Japan. As much as she wanted to protest, Itami knew she had no power to stop what was happening at this very moment. Her most loyal followers had turned against her, and in doing so, she was now confined to her personal quarters, for now, and until the foreseeable future. Later that day, General Shiba announced to the world that the Empress of Japan had suddenly suffered a bout of illness, and that he would be the de facto ruler of Japan until she was once more fit to reign. This marked the beginning of the Shiba Shogunate. A few days later, Berengar stood within the confines of his war room, listening to an intelligence report from his operatives embedded deep behind enemy lines in the Japanese capital of Heiankyo. The report was actually a video recording, currently displayed on a large screen for the Kaiser and all his generals to witness. Berengar recognized the man speaking as General Shiba Kayahiko, addressing the remnants of the Imperial Japanese Army. The man had a stern expression as he condemned the German attack on Tsushima and declared the formation of the Shiba Shogunate. I stand here before you all today to deliver grim news. The attack on our brave soldiers in Tsushima, which has left the island devoid of all life, has caused our beloved Empress to become delirious. As Empress Itami Ryo is no longer capable of fulfilling her duties, I, General Shiba Kayahiko, hereby announce that I will assume the vacant position of shogun until the Empress is once more fit to rule over Japan. To the barbarians at our gates, who I know are watching this speech as I deliver it, I want you to know that you will be held responsible for your atrocities. We will never surrender and will fight you until the bitter end. One way or another, you will break your backs on the shores of Japan. This I assure you. If you continue your aggression, we will meet you with equal ferocity. Do not blame us for taking the gloves off, for you have brought this upon yourselves. Berengar sat in silence as his generals contemplated the speech. As they argued among themselves, Adelbrand looked bewildered, seeking guidance from his Kaiser. What does this mean? Berengar could only sigh and shake his head as he stood up from his seat and approached one of the war room's windows, gazing eastward. He made things abundantly clear for his general staff. This means that General Shiba Kayahiko has led a coup against Empress Itami Ryo. If I'm not mistaken, the Empress is currently a prisoner in her own home, a mere puppet to maintain some legitimacy to Shiba's claim as shogun. It appears we now have to adjust our plans. As long as the Japanese Empress is a prisoner of this new regime, they will continue to resist our demands for surrender at every turn. We need to expose this act, and to do so, we must dispatch a team of stern commandos to rescue the Empress from her captivity. Once Itami is in our custody, we can effectively blame all of Japan's misdeeds on Shiba and his fellow traitors. In doing so, we can turn the Japanese people against him and inspire a rebellion without ever needing to set foot on Japanese soil. Adelbrand was shocked by this sudden turn of events and quickly questioned the Kaiser's words, apparently unconvinced that this was the best course of action. Can't we just gas Heiankyo as we had planned earlier? Why do we need to go to such lengths to rescue an enemy who has brought this upon herself? When Berenger heard Adelbrand's words, he turned around and glared at him with intense disgust. He quickly lectured his chief of staff on his cruelty. I never intended to gas Heiankyo to begin with. It was merely a bluff to convince the Japanese Empress to surrender. Which, judging from the look of things, worked as planned, albeit I had not anticipated a coup resulting from it. Need I remind you that Tsushima was a valid military target, where Japan had already evacuated all civilians in preparation for a gruesome battle? However, Heiankyo is home to 1 million innocent souls, maybe even more. Are you seriously telling me to condemn that many people to such a horrific fate? These are not mindless savages who butcher babies and roast men alive, as we have seen in our colonies. The Japanese are an intelligent and industrious civilization that has proven they deserve at least some modicum of respect. Just because Japan is ruled by a military dictatorship that denies its people their most basic rights, it does not mean we can wantonly massacre them all. I am ashamed that you have suggested such an inhumane course of action. I expected such cruelty from Heimeric, as the man thrives on ruthlessness. But you, Adelbrand? Needless to say, I am disappointed in you. Now, prepare a team to extract Empress Itami and her family from Heiankyo. We will consider our next move after they are in our protective custody. You are dismissed. Adelbrand was utterly shocked by Berenger's reaction. After all, this would not be the first time the man had used a chemical attack on a city filled with innocent people. In years past, Berenger had ordered the city of Madrid to be shelled with chlorine gas, an act that killed roughly 20,000 people in total. Despite this double standard, Adelbrand did not voice it, and merely saluted his Kaiser before withdrawing from the room in silence. After his generals had departed from the room to give him some space, Berenger sat down in his chair and sighed heavily as he poured himself a drink. The truth of the matter was that Berenger still believed the massacre of Madrid to have been a necessary act of cruelty. After all, what were the deaths of 20,000 civilians, many of whom were enemy combatants, when compared to the lives of his own soldiers? At the time, Berenger was fighting against a guerrilla insurgency supported by the papacy, which had resulted in brutal urban warfare. It was impossible to tell who was an innocent civilian and who was a terrorist waiting to kill German soldiers. As a result, Berenger had ordered the gassing of Madrid, which had become a stronghold for the Catholic insurgents. If anything, he had attacked a military target while disregarding the collateral damage, which was how he had always and continued to conduct warfare. However, Heiankyo was different. There was no major military presence in the city. Since Itami had first formed her empire and industrialized it, she had initiated a rapid rate of urbanization. By now, over 1 million innocent souls lived within her capital. To murder them all in pursuit of a quick victory, even he found the idea somewhat chilling. As Berenger had stated to Adelbrand and his other generals, he had no problem purging vicious and mindless savages from the lands he had conquered in pursuit of living space. Such was the nature of conquest. But this war was not about conquest. It was about deciding the world hegemon between two industrial powers. Thus far, the Japanese had shockingly abided by the rules of war that Berenger had set in place during the Vienna Accords. And he would not be the first to break them. To do so would stain his legacy for centuries to come. Berenger hoped to incorporate Japan into his sphere of influence after the war. To achieve this, he needed two things. First, he needed Itami Ryo alive and well, so she could continue as Empress of Japan, though in reality, she would be just another one of his puppets. Second, he needed to present a friendly image to the Japanese people. He could not allow the German people to be perceived as murderers and criminals. Instead, they would have to present themselves as liberators against a corrupt regime that has denied the Japanese people their basic human rights. Thus, Berenger could not justify the ruthless slaughter of 1 million innocent Japanese civilians. Besides, even if he wanted to gas Heiankyo, he had used up his entire stockpile of sarin on Tsushima. No, there was only one solution to this problem: rescue Itami Ryo and use her to incite rebellion against the newly established Shiba shogunate. Nearly 12 hours had passed since Empress Itami Ryo's position was usurped by her most trusted general, and she was placed under house arrest. Currently, she sat in her room, staring longingly at the Julian pillow she hugged tightly beneath her covers. For the first time in a long time, Itami had no desire to work on improving her nation or its efforts to combat the impending German invasion. In the blink of an eye, everything she had worked so hard to achieve had been taken from her by her most trusted advisor. She could hardly believe that Shiba would betray her like this. After everything they had been through together, the man had completely backstabbed her in her hour of need. Perhaps Itami should have felt the need to cry, but no tears ran down her cheeks. Instead, an endless pit of darkness had replaced her heart, filled with a desire for vengeance. As she lay down and struggled to come up with a way to avenge herself, something peculiar happened. The sound of explosions and the force of their wake startled her from under her covers. The Germans were attacking. When she looked at the clock, Itami realized that it had indeed been 72 hours since Berenger made his last demand for surrender. Perhaps she would finally know peace as the sarin gas snuffed her life away. All she could do was close her eyes and wait for death's cold embrace. 1 second passed, then 2, until finally 5 whole minutes had gone by, and while the sound of explosions continued in the background, no lethal gas had entered her room. Bewildered by this sudden change, Itami quickly rose to her feet and approached the locked door to her bedroom. She pressed one ear against the hard wooden door and listened for any sign of infiltration. Itami could hear numerous shouts echoing through the palace as her former soldiers hustled about, as if they were looking for something. However, in the next moment, a burst of gunfire reverberated through the halls, and Itami realized that the Germans had indeed infiltrated her palace. She immediately fled back to her desk and opened a drawer where the divine sword of her imperial regalia lay hidden away from Shiba's grasp. She quickly pulled the sword from its scabbard and pointed it towards the doorway, completely unafraid in that moment as she prepared to attack those she believed had come for her life. However, in the next moment, 2 gunshots echoed just outside her door before it finally opened to reveal a familiar face. In one hand, Minna held a smoking gun, and in the other, a flashlight. When the Joseon princess saw that Itami was safe, she sighed in relief, stashed her weapon away, and held out her empty hand to the wary Empress. "Come with me. Your mother and sister are already waiting for you at the extraction point." Itami was instantly bewildered by Minna's statement. She did not trust a single word the woman had said. An extraction point? What extraction point? Who had come to her rescue? These were not the sounds of Japanese weapons firing within her darkened halls, which was another matter of concern. Why had all the lights gone out at such an hour? These questions swirled in Itami's mind, but before she could ask any of them, she was grabbed by the wrist and pulled away from her desk. Realizing that Minna was not giving her a choice, Itami screamed at her to stop. "Wait! I need to get the other artifacts. I can't allow them to fall into Shiba's hands." Minna silently nodded, and Itami collected the divine mirror and jade stone. The two of them then rushed out of the corridor and into the halls, narrowly avoiding the gunfire between the German Sturm Commandos and the Japanese Imperial Guard. After crossing over numerous corpses, Minna led Itami around a corner, where a group of men with assault rifles flagged them down with their weapons. Before the German soldiers could shoot, Minna said a code word to clarify her identity as a German agent. "Innsbruck." When the German Sturm Commandos heard this, they lowered their weapons, then grabbed the 2 women and led them away from the combat zone. Andreas Jaeger was leading this group of special operations operators. As he dragged the 2 women through the halls, he could not help but curse at Minna. "You took your sweet fucking time. I was told you would have the Empress out of her room and ready for extraction before we infiltrated the palace. Do you have any idea what you put us through by failing to achieve this? If I didn't know any better, I would say you are the worst field agent I have ever come across." Itami did not speak German and had no idea what these men were saying. However, she knew that she had fallen into the hands of her adversaries, and there was no escape. she supposed she should not be surprised that her other most trusted confidant had also betrayed her, not after what had happened with Shiba. The group fled through the palace walls and out into the courtyard, where the flaming ruins of the nearby power plant were immediately visible. Itami could now easily understand what the Germans had done. Berenger had ordered surgical strikes on critical areas of Heiankyo's infrastructure to draw attention away from the palace. It worked like a charm, because not nearly as many members of the Imperial Guard were around to protect the Empress and her captivity. After carefully making their way out of the city and toward a nearby lake, Itami saw a German seaplane waiting on the water's surface. The German Sturmkommandos did not bother waiting for her questions and instead carried the Japanese Empress through the water and into the boat, where Itami saw her mother and sister waiting with frightened expressions on their faces. It was only now, upon being reunited, that the three women broke out into tears. However, this reunion was short-lived, as Minna piled into the aircraft and squeezed herself by Itami's side. The plane took off and headed toward the Wakasa Bay, where the German 6th Carrier Strike Group waited for their arrival. No longer able to contain her curiosity and outrage, Itami began to berate Minna for answers while mid-flight. "Just what the hell is going on here, Minna? Why have the Germans infiltrated my palace, and where are they taking me?" There was an irritated expression on Minna's face as she scoffed before informing Itami of what she knew. After the declaration of the Shiba Shogunate, the Kaiser figured you had been placed under house arrest. Thus, he decided to change his plans, from a chemical strike on Heiankyo to your liberation. I don't know much, but he intends to use you to rally the people of Japan against Shiba and his military dictatorship. Naturally, Itami did not take this news well. She had already suspected, from the moment Minna cooperated with the German soldiers, that she was an agent of the Reich. However, she did not care about the betrayal at this moment and was more outraged by Berenger's schemes. "So I am to be that man's puppet as he tears my empire apart from the inside?" At this moment, Minna gawked at Itami as if she were looking at an idiot. Though she did not want to explain everything to the woman, the Joseon princess felt compelled to do so and thus spoke to Itami as if she were a mere child. "Yes. In case you haven't realized it yet, you have lost this war, Itami. If you want to keep your pretty little head intact, as well as those of your loved ones, then it is in your best interest to work with the Kaiser and see Shiba's illegitimate government overthrown. By all means, continue to resist Berenger, but I can tell you from personal experience that it is best just to submit to the Germans." There was a look of pain and suffering on Minna's face that did not go unnoticed by the albino Empress. Itami realized in the next moment that it would be best if, at the very least, she heard Berenger's proposal. After all, she had nothing to lose at this point. Thus, the remainder of the journey to the SMS Österreich was completed in total silence, as nobody felt the desire to speak about what was unfolding in Heiankyo at this very moment. Immediately after landing on the deck of the SMS Österreich, Itami and her family were sequestered away from the public eye. However, Minna was taken to the command center for a full debriefing during her stay at the Imperial Palace. The Joseon princess stood at attention in front of Admiral Noel Schreiber and her personal contact, Agent Friedrich Ziegler. The two men listened as Minna reported on the events within the Japanese Imperial Palace over the past few days. "It is exactly as you suspected. General Shiba has taken the Empress captive and placed her under house arrest after she declared her intention to surrender. The man has gone mad, and I suspect I know why. Shiba is deeply infatuated with Itami and has been trying to win her hand in marriage for several years. I have no doubt that Itami herself is completely oblivious to this. She dug her own grave the moment she said she would only marry the man who could best her on the battlefield. By declaring her intent to surrender to Shiba, he may have misinterpreted her words, thinking she desired to marry Berenger, since the Kaiser had bested Itami at every turn. As a result, Shiba has led a coup d'état and is now the de facto ruler of the Japanese Empire. He is exhausting every resource to prepare for the Reich's invasion. I wouldn't be surprised if the fool is going mad at this very moment, knowing that Itami has escaped from his clutches. This means he will likely be even more erratic in defending the Japanese mainland. Germany must be prepared to fight even the civilians of Japan, or else I fear you will suffer heavy casualties." After hearing this report, Admiral Schreiber nodded his head in silence for several moments as he considered the next best course of action. After a while, he finally spoke, which immediately attracted the attention of Friedrich and Minna. "Send word to the Crimson Prince and tell him that I have a special job for him. It has become clear to me that we must transport Itami and her family to Kufstein as quickly as possible. The Kaiser will know how to proceed from here." Minna did not respond. Instead, she was quickly dismissed and immediately began to flirt with Agent Ziegler, who had captured her heart some time ago. As for Itami, she was pacing around the room where she and her family were being held, wondering what horrific plan the Germans had in store for her. After nearly an hour, the door opened to reveal several heavily armed German soldiers, as well as an adolescent boy, no older than 15. Itami was quite curious why someone so young was dressed in what was clearly an officer's uniform. However, in the next moment, Hans introduced himself in perfect Japanese. "Captain Hans von Kufstein. I have been ordered to fly you and your family to Kufstein. My father wishes to speak with you in person." Itami immediately put two and two together when she heard the boy's surname and the mention of his father. She frowned heavily, realizing that Berenger had sent his young son off to war at such an early age. Of course, Itami did not realize that Hans's brain was highly developed for his age, and his maturity was well above that of his peers. If she had, she might have been more impressed by his appearance on the carrier. As a result of this misunderstanding, Itami was rather rude when she replied to Hans's introduction. "I would very much like to meet the man who thinks it is appropriate to send a young boy onto the battlefield, let alone his own son. I can't wait to scold him for such inhumane treatment of the youth." Hans's lips curled slightly into a frown. From this brief interaction, he could already tell why his father referred to this woman as the bitch. Itami was clearly very entitled and had a disagreeable nature. These were two qualities that Hans found repulsive in a woman, no matter how pretty she might be. However, he maintained the grace of an officer and ignored Itami's taunts before leading her to the deck of the carrier, where a large jet bomber sat waiting for them. Admiral Noel Schreiber had ordered all pilots to clear the air to accommodate this aircraft, which had been en route to the SMS Österreich since the start of the operation. Itami was stunned to see that the Germans had already managed to create long-range jet bombers. However, when she stepped inside, she realized that this aircraft was no bomber. It had been hollowed out of its military equipment and replaced with the luxury interior of a private jetliner. The conditions inside included beds, bathrooms, and even a shower, as well as a dedicated compartment to prepare food. Several beautiful German women were already on board, waiting to attend to the guests' needs. Itami was not the only one surprised by this luxurious aircraft. Her mother and sister were equally amazed, unable to fathom that such a massive plane was capable of flight. After all, they had previously taken a float plane and were terrified by the experience. Yet this jet was so much larger and so much more comfortable. Hans had already entered the cockpit and was preparing to take off as Itami sat down in the co-pilot's seat to demand answers. "What the hell is this? Why does such a jet exist?" Hans scoffed as he activated the aircraft's engines and responded in a simple tone. "My father appreciates the finer things in life. As someone who frequently travels across Europe and Asia, he prefers his personal transports to be as comfortable as possible. I'll admit, this plane is a significant improvement over the previous model. Now, take your seat. I don't have time to entertain your questions." With that, Hans forced Itami out of the cockpit and locked the door behind her. Once he received approval from the command deck of the SMS Österreich, he took off, sending the massive jetliner into the air and toward Singapore, where he would need to refuel before continuing to Kufstein. Once airborne, Haywire, Ghost, and several other pilots from his unit flew alongside him. While it was impossible for the Imperial Japanese Air Force to target him at such an altitude, these men wanted to say their brief farewell to the best pilot they had ever seen. Having reached a safe distance from the front lines, Haywire made a short salute before turning back to the carrier strike group, as did the rest of the fighter pilots. The journey to the Reich would take nearly an entire day, but when the plane landed in Kufstein, Itami and her family were both anxious and relieved. Anxious about what awaited them in the capital of their enemy, yet relieved to finally set foot on solid ground. Only Itami seemed indifferent to the flight, as if it were the most comfortable experience she had ever had. After landing in Kufstein, Hans led Itami and her family to a car that had been prepared for them upon arrival. This was the first time he had set foot in his homeland since he first deployed to war. As he sat in the seat beside the driver, gazing out at the city of Kufstein, an odd sense of nostalgia entered his mind. For Itami, she was utterly dumbfounded by what she saw as the car zipped through the streets of Kufstein. Everything from street lights to trams, high-speed trains, and double-decker buses was beyond what she had seen in Japan. It was not just the means of transport that shocked Itami, but the standard of living the German people enjoyed. There were no homeless people begging on street corners, and every citizen she watched walk through the streets was dressed in clean, tidy clothes of the latest fashion. Even the blue-collar workers wore suits and ties, while their wives and daughters adorned fine dresses. Itami had actually mistaken this to be the wealthy district of the city, which caused her to express her disbelief aloud. "I can't believe how wealthy your upper class is here in Germany." Hans instantly looked back at Itami with an embarrassed expression on his youthful face, which she immediately noticed and called out, "What? What is it?" Hans looked away, struggling to find the words to express his thoughts to the Japanese Empress, fearing that she might become hysterical if she learned the truth. In the end, he felt it was better not to keep it a secret inside in exhaustion before speaking to her. "Empress Itami, I don't know how to say this, but this is the old quarter of the city. Our poorest citizens live here. If you think this is an impressive standard of living, then I suggest you close your eyes when we enter the palace district for the sake of your own mental health. I am now afraid to ask how your citizens live." Itami was completely stunned into silence for several moments when she heard this. The boy must be lying to her. After all, she had just seen a large-screen television through one of the local bar's windows. Was Hans seriously saying that even the poorest of Germany's citizens could afford a television of their own? Such a feat was only achieved by the United States in her past life toward the end of the 20th century. Just how wealthy were the Germans to have accomplished this already? Thus, Itami sat in utter silence for the rest of the journey to the palace, carefully observing all the bewildering sights. By the time she entered Berenger's home, it was as if her soul had left her body. A single word repeated itself over and over again in her mind: failure. Create statement, connection. Create statement. Create statement. Create statement. Create statement. After cleaning and simple grammar editing without changing the original text. After the cleanup and simple grammar editing without changing the original text. Connection statement. Create statement. After cleaning and simple grammar editing without changing the original text. After the cleanup and simple grammar editing without changing the original text, the correct method to create a statement object from a connection object, is create statement. Create statement. Though Linda was quite a bit older, there was an air of maturity about her that Itami herself lacked. Suddenly, Itami was reminded of how Minna had spoken of a beautiful red-headed woman, the Kaiser's wife. It was almost as if the Josian princess had become obsessed with this woman at first glance. At that moment, Itami understood the sudden, unrequited love that had taken over her subordinate. While Itami gawked at Linda like an idiot, Hans was surrounded by several other beautiful women, his fiancées, and Veronica, Noemi, and Natalia. They all hugged and kissed him, welcoming him home. At this moment, Berenger descended the stairs and gazed upon the scene. He shot Itami a stern glance before separating his son from the women and giving him a pat on the back. "I have heard rumors about the Crimson Prince and his accomplishments in the skies above Borneo and Korea. To think my son has become the world's greatest fighter ace. I knew you would make me proud, boy. For the next few weeks, you will enjoy a much-deserved leave. I'm sure your mother and fiancés would love to hear about your heroic tales over dinner and drinks." Berenger was a stern father, and he only ever complimented his son when he had earned it. Hans had always been held to a higher standard than his siblings, both as the firstborn and as a renowned genius. For this reason, Berenger had often been harsh on him, especially after Hans entered the Luftwaffe. However, in this moment, the Kaiser was treating his eldest son like a true war hero, something that Hans felt he didn't truly deserve, despite his valiant feats on the battlefield. Itami's gaze never left Berenger's handsome face. A series of complex emotions swirled in her heart as she looked at the man who had outmatched her in every conceivable way on the battlefield and as a politician. She felt utterly humiliated when she learned how prosperous the Reich was compared to her own failed state. She was so absorbed that she didn't even notice the heater was on in the palace. It was Momo who first remarked on this, looking around the palace for the source of the warm air before voicing her curiosity. "Pardon me, Your Majesty, but could you explain where the heat is coming from?" Only now did Berenger turn his attention to Itami and her family for more than a moment. He approached Itami's younger sister, the young Japanese beauty, and kissed her hand before introducing himself. "You must be Itami Momo. I have heard your beauty is well renowned in the East, and yet you remain single despite your age. Perhaps I can introduce you to a man in my service who would be most deserving of a woman like yourself. As for your question, I am proud to inform you that every house in the Reich has been retrofitted with electricity, heating, and air conditioning. This ensures that even our poorest citizens do not have to suffer through the harsh cold of winter or the blazing heat of summer." The Japanese Empress, initially shocked by this boast, eventually became outraged at Berenger's comments about her sister. Momo, however, hadn't heard a word of Berenger's response to her question. Instead, she flushed in embarrassment and looked away. She had never seen Germans in person before, but after traveling through the city of Kufstein and meeting the Kaiser himself, she felt somewhat attracted to their golden hair, blue eyes, pale skin, and refined features. At the very least, she would not deny such an offer. However, before she could thank Berenger for his kind words, Itami Ryo spoke up in protest. "If you think you can charm my sister with just a few empty platitudes, then you are as arrogant as I have always thought you to be." Berenger's smile immediately turned upside down when he heard these words. He swiftly withdrew his hand from Momo's grasp and glared at Itami with a bit of contempt in his mismatched eyes. "At last, we finally meet, Empress Itami Ryo. I would say your beauty lives up to my expectations. However, I must admit that I find your attitude utterly repulsing. As a result, I am forced to dock a few points from you. Here you are, in my home, meeting my family for the first time, and as I try to extend my generosity to your loved ones, you spit in my face and accuse me of being arrogant. It is no wonder you are still single, despite your age. You should take a few lessons from your little sister if you ever wish to find yourself a proper man." Itami's mother giggled slightly when she heard Berenger's words. Like Momo, she had become utterly mesmerized by Berenger since the moment he first appeared. In fact, she agreed with Berenger's assessment of her eldest daughter's haughty behavior, which she believed was largely responsible for the girl's lack of a love life. Itami, of course, grew increasingly frustrated but forced herself to remain calm. After all, she was in the enemy's palace and was effectively his prisoner. She would not dare to speak out of turn any further, or things could turn ugly for herself and her family. However, in the next moment, Berenger shifted his gaze back to Momo and Miyu, extending his welcome with a gracious offer. "I am sure the three of you are tired and in need of much rest after such a long flight. As comfortable as I have tried to make my personal transport, I must admit that the sudden change in time can have an ill effect on the body. If you would like to catch up on your sleep, then I won't insist on bothering you anymore. However, if you would like to join me and my family for a feast, you are more than welcome to do so." Although Itami found Berenger's attempt to be a proper host rather irksome, his generous behavior only further solidified his good graces with Momo and Miyu. For the life of them, they could not understand why Itami had found herself at odds with such a kind and gracious man, especially after the hospitality he had shown them, despite the fact that they were indeed his enemies. Before Itami could refuse Berenger's offer, both her mother and little sister accepted on her behalf. "We would love to share a meal with your lovely family. Just give us a short while to tidy up, and we will join you shortly. I must say I look forward to eating German cuisine." This response from Itami's family left her dumbstruck. She could not believe she would be dining with the enemy, nor how quickly her own blood relatives had betrayed her to curry favor with this man. However, since they had already accepted Berenger's offer on her behalf, she could not reasonably back out of the meal. Thus, Itami could only sigh heavily in defeat before following a member of the palace's staff to the quarters she and her loved ones were given for the time being. Once inside, she immediately noticed that a fine dress in her exact measurements was set out for her to wear, along with a pair of fine leather heels and jewelry so exquisite it was fit for an empress. It seemed Berenger had spared no expense to ensure that Itami had clothing and accessories truly befitting her position. Rather than accept this as a token of friendship, Itami inwardly thought that Berenger must be up to something. Though she bathed and dressed in the provided clothing, she felt no great pride in doing so. When she finally emerged from her temporary quarters, Itami found her mother and sister dressed in similar luxurious attire. The two of them had excited smiles on their faces as they examined themselves in the mirror with great intensity. Upon seeing that Itami had joined them, Momo immediately ran up to her elder sister and hugged her tightly, whispering something shocking in her ear. "You're so beautiful. I bet even the Kaiser will have to treat you differently after he sees how gorgeous you look. Come, let's go join our hosts for a nice meal." Before Itami could react, she was dragged off by her little sister as the trio followed the guide provided to them towards the dining hall, where Berenger and his large family were already gathered. What came next would be a feast that would forever change the relations between the German Empire and their Japanese rivals. Itami entered the dining hall of the German palace to find that Berenger had pulled out all the stops for the event. A full feast of the finest German cuisine, along with a small band playing classical music, awaited the Japanese Empress and her family. The moment Berenger saw Itami enter, he stood up from his seat as a sign of respect, though his face wore a rather stern expression. He quickly snapped his fingers, and the members of his Leibguard promptly pulled out the seats for Itami, Momo, and Mibu. Momo and Mibu were more than happy to sit down and stare at the plethora of dishes that sat in the center of the table, waiting to be served to Berenger's exceptionally large family and their guests. Once seated, Berenger motioned for a servant to appear and ordered a round of fine wine from the South Tyrolean region to be served to everyone of age. After the glasses were filled, Berenger stood up once more and made a toast. "I would like to take this moment to say a few words. Though we have had our differences in the past, I think it is now time for us two monarchs to put aside our animosity and work together to restore the balance of this world. To friendship." Berenger spoke first in Japanese, and then in German, so that everyone present could understand him. He took a hearty sip of his wine before sitting down again. His guests, Momo and Mibu, had excited smiles on their beautiful faces as they lifted their glasses in reciprocation and took a drink. Itami, however, said nothing and merely sipped from her glass while watching Berenger carefully. This action did not go unnoticed by Berenger and Linda, who exchanged glances but said nothing to one another. Upon Itami's inspection, there were multiple beautiful women sitting at the table, many of whom were helping their youngest offspring eat their meals. Others appeared to be fawning over the young prince. To Itami, this scene was extremely confusing, and as a result, she could not help but ask Berenger the most important question on her mind. "Just how many women do you have as part of your harem?" Linda glared menacingly at Itami and felt the need to say something in Berenger's defense. However, the Kaiser saw this and quickly raised his hand in response, which ultimately silenced his wife. For the first time since meeting Itami, no more than an hour prior, Berenger smiled at her when he answered her question. "I have 10 women in total, all of whom love me dearly and have birthed my children. As you can clearly see, not all of these fine ladies are currently present. Though it breaks my heart, it is a matter of necessity that a few of my women live elsewhere. Some are present in Kufstein within their own chateaus, while others reside abroad. To be precise, I currently have 4 wives and 6 concubines. For the record, in the Reich, a man is permitted to have a maximum of 5 wives. However, marriage is a complicated political issue for a man in my position, and in many ways, my concubines fall short of meeting the requirements for one reason or another." Momo wore a bright and cheery smile as she leaned over and whispered something in Itami's ear, which caused the woman to blush. Afterward, Itami took a sip from her wine and tried to steer the subject away from whatever it was that Momo had told her. "I've heard rumors that you have taken your sister as a lover. I hope these accusations are not true." Berenger wore a stoic expression before telling Itami the truth of the matter. It was clear that he did not care in the slightest about these rumors. "It's true. Henrietta and I are in love, though the matter of our familial relations is rather complicated. While Henrietta was raised as my sister, we are not actually blood related. She is, in fact, the bastard daughter of my late grandfather, who was adopted by my father while she was still an infant. the truth of Henrietta's lineage is not publicly disclosed. If this matter were to be revealed to the public, I would be forced to revoke her royal status, as she is, in reality, not an official member of my dynasty. Henrietta is perceived by the public as a pure maiden who has dedicated her life to folk. Itami went to bed at night in utter silence. She felt fairly conflicted after seeing how exceptional her greatest rival's life was. There was no trace of stress that she could detect, yet her own life was stressful. However, she refused to believe that life in the Reich was as perfect as it seemed. Surely there were flaws in Berenger's tales about the greatness of his empire. Luckily, she was to be given a tour of the capital city the next day, and Itami knew she would find something amiss. Thus, she slept soundly that night, dreaming of finally exposing Berenger's misdeeds. However, the next morning, she was surprised to find that Berenger himself would not be guiding her through the capital city. Instead, it was his young son, Christopher. Hans was too busy, with every spare moment of his time occupied by his mother or one of his 4 fiancées. While Berenger had a country to run and considered that more important than entertaining a guest from a rival nation. When Itami and her family arrived at the palace's front door, they were shocked to see an adolescent boy, who looked very much like his father, standing there with a pleasant smile on his face, dressed in a fancy suit. Christopher held a trio of white roses in his hand, which he presented to the 3 Japanese women as a gesture of good faith. He then introduced himself to Itami, speaking fluent Japanese. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Empress Itami Ryo, Princess Itami Momo, and Queen Mother Mibusaya. I am Prince Christopher von Kufstein, the second son of Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein and the eldest child of his wife, Kaiserin Adela von Kufstein. It is my honor to be your guide throughout the city today. Is there any place in particular you would like to visit? Or shall I lead the way?" Itami examined the boy for quite some time, noticing there were no flaws in his appearance or manners. Despite this, she did not seem pleased. Momo and Mibu were entirely different. They perceived the boy as the perfect example of a young gentleman and were quick to pamper him as they accepted his gift. "Oh my, isn't he so cute, Wani-chan? Oka-san, can we keep him?" Mibu was practically pinching the boy's cheeks as she nodded in agreement with her youngest daughter's sentiment. "I would very much like to do so. Alas, he already has a family." These unexpected responses caused Christopher to blush as he gazed up at the 2 beautiful older women who were pampering him as if he were their most prized pet. Despite this treatment, he did not shoo them away and instead cleared his throat to get things back on track. "Well, if none of you have any preferences, then perhaps we will start in the old district. Though it is where our city's poorest citizens reside and has some of the oldest buildings in Kufstein, I assure you, it is perfectly safe to travel its streets, even without an escort." Itami found this hard to believe. Where there was poverty, there was crime, and this was no secret, having been the case throughout human history. Thus, when she stepped out of the palace and into the car, she was expecting to see some human suffering. However, when the car finally arrived in the old district, Itami realized she had misunderstood what the Germans considered poor. Kufstein had no slums or ghettos. The old district was considered poor, but it was by no means unkempt or unsafe. Women walked through the streets alone or with their children, and they had smiles on their faces. In fact, the buildings might be a bit older, but they were well maintained, without any hazards. Old and impoverished were far from the words Itami would use to describe the old district. Instead, there was a word for what she was witnessing: quaint. While stepping out of the car and escorting the 3 foreign ladies, Christopher noticed a nearby cart selling hot dogs. However, these were not the typical American hot dogs from Itami's past life. Instead, they were grilled beer bratwurst served on buns with sauerkraut and brown mustard. With a wide smile, the German prince led the 3 Japanese beauties over to the cart, where a middle-aged man with gray hair, blue eyes, and a mustache was serving a few brats to a group of customers. The man was dressed in a fine cotton dress shirt, tailored trousers, and leather Oxford shoes. Over his torso, he wore an apron. Despite living in the old district, he had a joyous smile, as if he was happy just serving food on the streets to the city's residents. When Christopher approached, the man broke out into a fit of joy and introduced himself to the imperial prince. "Prince Christopher, it is my greatest honor to see you today. What can I do for you?" "I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. My name is Paul Brower. It is a pleasure to meet you. Christopher smiled and accepted the man's praise graciously before getting straight to the point. Mr. Brower, the honor is all mine. It is good to see the people of Germany working hard to provide for themselves and their families. These three ladies and I are in the mood for something tasty, and I was wondering if I could purchase 4 of your brats. Paul looked over at Empress Itami and her family and noticed that they were foreign women, similar to those in Little Kyoto. He did not know what status they must have for Christopher to be their guide, but he quickly greeted them as well. Although it became clear that they did not speak a word of German, he turned his attention back to Christopher, smiled, and shook the boy's hand before carefully preparing 4 brats for his customers. When Christopher reached into his wallet and pulled out a 1,000-mark bill, Paul's eyes nearly shot out of their sockets. He was quick to dismiss the need to pay, let alone in such a high amount. Your Highness, you do not need to pay for my product. If not for your father, I would not be living such a comfortable life, doing what I love. Please, they're on the house. However, Hans immediately rejected this notion and forced the hefty sum of money into the man's hands, assuring him that it was perfectly acceptable for him to pay for the services provided. I assure you, Mr. Brower, your labor is worth the price you charge. As I only carry 1,000-mark bills, consider this my treat for all you do for Kufstein and the Reich as a whole. Some people may say that you do not provide an essential service to the people of this city, but I disagree. Without street vendors like yours, we Germans would not be able to enjoy such a fine treat on wonderful days like this, and is that not the essence of what makes a society prosperous? Itami watched the display. Though she could not understand what the 2 Germans were saying, she could tell that Hans was vastly overpaying for the product. This was further proven when Paul wiped a tear from his eye and gratefully accepted the substantial sum of money that Christopher had used to pay for the product. Afterward, the man threw up a proper salute to the prince and continued to maintain the pose even after Christopher returned his gesture. Paul continued to salute Christopher until the boy was out of sight. Then, he and the 3 Japanese beauties enjoyed the bratwurst to their heart's content. It was only after they had all finished their treats that Momo exclaimed in excitement at what she had just witnessed. These were no small sausages. In fact, a single brat contained about 1/3 of a pound of meat in the bun, thoroughly covered in its toppings. Momo found it simply unbelievable that such a massive amount of food was being sold in the streets of the poorest section of the city, and she was quick to voice this disbelief. You're telling me that even your poorest citizens can afford this much meat for a single meal? How is that even possible? Christopher wore a proud smile as he explained the agricultural system of the Reich to his father's guests. Unlike other societies, we see our agriculture and medicine as a means to feed and heal our citizens, and not as a means of profit. Because of this, everything is grown in sufficient quantities, while medicine is stockpiled here in the fatherland and abroad in our colonies across the globe. They are then sold in the markets at the minimum price that still allows the companies to profit and continue their business. As a result, even our poorest citizens have a healthy diet, which ensures that our people receive proper nutrition in every meal they eat. While our medical industries invent products that maintain a happy and healthy populace and are provided free of charge by the government, it was not only Momo and her mother who were amazed by this news. Itami herself was completely astonished by it, even more so than her family. According to this boy, the Reich had universal healthcare of high quality and an agricultural system not driven by profit but by the need to feed every citizen. Such a concept was simply astonishing if true. What kind of utopian ideas was this little boy spouting? As a ruler of an empire herself, Itami found the notion of what he had said to be unattainable. Thus, she suspected Christopher was merely repeating propaganda and ignored everything else he had to say on the matter. Of course, Christopher was speaking the truth, and he continued the tour of Kufstein without paying heed to Itami's skeptical attitude. Christopher led Itami and her family through the streets of the old district of Kufstein on a rather exciting tour, which gave the 3 foreign women a mind-altering perspective on the Reich and how its citizens lived. After visiting a few shops and pubs, which had items reasonably priced for even the lowest class of German citizens, Christopher led the trio back to the car. They got inside and prepared to enter another section of the city. As they passed by the largest hospital in Kufstein, Christopher posed a question to Itami that he had not thought about until seeing the building. Pardon me for asking something so personal, But are the three of you up to date on your immunizations? If not, we can take a quick stop at the doctor's office and get you vaccinated. Itami gazed at Christopher's innocent-looking face with a look of pure bewilderment. Did this boy seriously just say that the citizens of Germany already had ready access to vaccines? As for Momo and Mibu, they had no idea what the boy was talking about and thus appeared puzzled. This alone was enough for Christopher to pick up that something was seriously wrong, but it was Itami's own statement that thoroughly shocked him. Do you mean to tell me that Germany already has vaccines? For what diseases exactly? Upon hearing this, Christopher was utterly stumped. He had thought for sure Japan was a near-peer adversary, as he was always told by his father. Yet they did not even have vaccines yet? Surely they did not spend all their resources on developing military technology, did they? Thinking that this could actually be reality, Christopher shuddered in horror before informing the Japanese Empress that Germany, in fact, had several vaccinations. Currently, we have large stockpiles of vaccines for smallpox, measles, polio, rabies, and influenza, with new vaccines being developed every year. Surely you don't mean to tell me that your people don't have access to such life-saving medicine, do you? Itami simply averted her gaze, which was all Christopher needed to know that he had been correct in his assumption. He could hardly believe this news and quickly insisted that Itami and her family get vaccinated. Driver, pull into the hospital's parking lot. We need to get these women vaccinated at once. Though Itami knew what Christopher was offering, her mother and sister had no idea what the two of them were talking about. The driver immediately followed the instruction and dropped off the group at the hospital entrance. The hospital was large and fully staffed, with an extravagant waiting room where several dozen people sat wearing filtered masks to prevent the spread of illness. In fact, Christopher and his guests were all given masks at the entrance and instructed to wear them before entering the facility. The Reich's rapid development in the field of medicine was largely due to the widespread practice of human testing on death row inmates. This led to the widespread use of antibiotics and vaccines for various illnesses and extensive surgical operations that had been thoroughly tested on the most heinous criminals. While some might consider this human experimentation immoral, it had helped rapidly develop the German medical industry to the point where German citizens could receive a relatively modern standard of medical care for no charge. Even foreign monarchs would come to the Reich and pay a king's ransom to be treated by German medical professionals. Christopher registered Itami and her family at the front desk before meeting them in the waiting room. He informed them that they would be able to see a doctor in at most an hour. With multiple hospitals in every major city, staffed by a large and ever-present team, the German Empire lacked many of the failings that universal healthcare systems had suffered from during Berenger's previous life, such as extended wait times. Within 30 minutes, Itami was called to see the doctor, using a pseudonym to avoid alerting the public to her identity. Christopher followed her to the back of the office as her translator. Since it was Itami's first time being treated by a medical professional, they conducted a thorough physical examination and concluded that she was healthy. They then administered her vaccinations. After no more than an hour, all three of the Japanese visitors had received their physicals and vaccinations and departed the hospital in a state of utter shock. Itami could not believe how modern the hospital was or how friendly the staff was, despite her being a foreigner. The medical professionals seemed to genuinely care about her health and were not just in it for the substantial paycheck. She remained utterly silent as the car pulled into the trade district, where Christopher finally spoke before stepping out of the vehicle. You three can stay here for a moment. I just need to pick something up for my wife. The trio of women looked at Christopher strangely before Mibu voiced her confusion. You have a wife? But you're so young. Christopher thought about what he had said for a moment, then blushed in embarrassment before correcting himself. What I meant to say is that we will be married in the future. I don't seem to recall the Japanese term for it. Mibu and Momo grew excited at the prospect of this young boy having a fiancé and quickly pinched his cheeks while teaching him the Japanese word for fiancé. After receiving enough attention from the older women, Christopher ran off toward the local sweet shop, where he picked up a bag of cookies that Astrid particularly enjoyed. As Itami waited for Christopher to return, she noticed a large television in the shop displaying a cartoon about a cat and mouse duo who were always fighting. Though the art and animation had its own unique style, Itami felt it was largely inspired by a show from her past life. Clearly, it was popular, as the kids were laughing and cheering while eating their snacks, and even some parents joined in the fun. Not long after, Christopher emerged from the shop with a bag of freshly baked cookies, which he placed safely in the trunk of the car before taking the passenger seat next to the driver's side. Once his seatbelt was in place, Christopher ordered the car to continue to one of the oldest fashion stores in the city. The shop was popular among women and had been the place where Linda, Adela, and Anuria once competed while shopping for lingerie. However, it did not just sell undergarments but also dresses of the finest kind and various accessories, including shoes. The fashion these days was vastly different from what it had been over a decade ago. The mature beauty who once ran the shop had long since retired and sold ownership to a larger chain. Despite this, the store continued to dress women in the finest clothing available. Once inside, Itami and her family marveled at the wide selection, whose fashion style reminded her of the early 20th century from her past life. Fashion was relatively conservative, especially by modern standards. Men wore three-piece suits, trench coats, and lavish hats, while women wore exquisite dresses whose length went below the knees. It was only in the ballrooms of the nobility that an older, more refined style was still in fashion. As a store that sold almost exclusively to the upper echelons of German society, this imperial sense of fashion was what they offered. Itami looked around and was truly surprised. These were what one might call princess dresses, much like the one she was currently wearing, provided to her and her family free of charge by Berenger. Itami did not know the worth of German currency, but the price tags clearly indicated that these dresses and accessories were not cheap. Despite this, there were dozens of women in the shop getting their sizes checked to have these items tailored to their bodies. However, before she could inquire further, Momo set her eyes on a satin black dress of exquisite design, which matched her hair and eyes perfectly. Since Berenger had given her a royal dress, the young woman had become infatuated with the German sense of fashion and quickly begged Itami for the dress in her hands. "Oh, One-chan, please convince the young gentleman to get this dress for me. I am sure I will be able to win any man's favor in such a fine garment." Though Christopher was standing a bit away from Itami and her sister, he still heard Momo's words and quickly informed them about his reason for visiting this particular store. "Father says I am to provide our guests with whatever they desire. So if you want this dress, I suggest picking out some shoes and a handbag to match. Just don't look to me for advice on that subject. I'm not exactly what one would call a fashion aficionado." Momo quickly ran up to Christopher, hugged him tightly, and kissed him on the cheek before scurrying off to find more items to add to her collection. Itami sighed heavily, thinking that perhaps her sister had more brains than sense. Still, no matter how much she wanted to deny it, Itami always dreamed of dressing as a Western princess, especially after growing up in America during her past life. Thus, Itami, Momo, and Mibu spent the next few hours picking out the finest dresses and accessories they could find, not worrying in the slightest about the price, as it was all being paid for by the Kaiser. After successfully shopping for more hours than Christopher ever wanted to participate in, Itami and her family were ready to move on. Out of the three women, Itami had purchased the least amount. Partly, she did not want to be in Berenger's debt, and partly, she still felt that something sinister was being plotted by the man seated on the German throne. Christopher seemed perpetually happy, despite Itami's many irksome remarks. The boy just let them go over his head. Maybe he was confident in his own ability and that of the fatherland, or perhaps he pitied Itami for being such a rueful woman. Either way, Itami remained silent for much of the tour, processing so many thoughts and emotions that she could not keep her mind on the conversation. The conversation had now turned to Momo and Mibu, who were complimenting everything they saw in the Reich, from ice cream to movies to forms of entertainment, such as bowling alleys and carnivals. The trio of women continued their journey throughout the city of Kufstein until the sun began to set. Itami had seen so many shocking things that she could no longer keep her mouth shut, especially after Christopher took her to one final destination. Standing below the Colossus of Kufstein, Itami gazed upon the massive bronze statue of a young Berenger sitting on the back of his old mount, pointing his sword southward. To build such a massive statue must have cost a considerable amount of manpower and resources. Finally, after seeing this, Itami was forced to speak. "How? How did Berenger create such a wealthy and prosperous society in such a short amount of time? As if waiting for this question for decades, Christopher wore a cunning smile as he looked up into Itami's sanguine eyes and spoke what needed to be said. My father accomplished all of this by defeating his opposition. It might surprise you how many of my father's enemies have underestimated him, which he naturally took advantage of. What you see before you is the Kufstein Colossus, a monument commissioned by my father as a testament to his resistance against the corruption of Rome, a city we now rule. This is emphasized by the sword, which points in the direction of where the Pope once reigned supreme. From the moment my father first took power as a lowly viscount, he focused on education and industrialization. Where my father has failed to innovate, others have taken his place and proved their worth. Not everything you see around you was invented by my father. What man could possibly accomplish all of this on his own? Even if he had 10 lifetimes, he would not be capable of building everything you see around him. No, my father found naturally intelligent and capable men, and he educated them to the best of his ability. These men then innovated and improved upon what they had learned, leading to the healthy and prosperous civilization we have today. The Reich was not built by a single man's efforts, but by an entire society of men who followed my father's beliefs of self-sacrifice for the good of the folk in fatherland. Thousands of young men have perished in pursuit of this dream, and their families now reap the benefits of their sacrifice. Nobody works harder than my father. My entire family knows this well. Believe me, he often puts his work as a ruler above the well-being of his family. In fact, the harmonious nature that exists within our dynasty is not due to his efforts, but to Linda's. She is a mother to us all, even to those she has not given birth to. I know little about Japan, other than that you unified it under your banner and that your military is more advanced than any enemy we Germans have ever faced. However, from your reactions, I guess that you had to build everything yourself, which explains why you have lagged so far behind the Reich. My father created a self-sustaining nation, one that will thrive long after he is gone. In contrast, you built a dictatorship entirely reliant on you. Without your hard work, Japan will not function, which we will likely see now that you are our guest here in the Reich. Itami listened to the boy's lecture and bit her lip in displeasure. Though she had no words to refute Christopher, she felt it was wrong for him to so bluntly point out her missteps as a ruler. It came as no surprise, then, when she found fault with the last bit of what Christopher had said, the only part she could challenge. Guest? More like a prisoner. This sudden remark made Christopher look at Itami in shock. He had been given strict orders to treat his father's guests with the utmost courtesy and to show them a good time around Kufstein. Even after all Berenger had done for Itami to demonstrate his good faith, she still felt she was nothing more than a prisoner. Just as he was about to speak, he heard an exasperated sigh from Mibu. Era, I knew you could be stubborn, but to think that my precious daughter is so intelligent and yet so foolish at the same time, it truly makes me embarrassed as your mother. Itami suddenly shot a glare at her mother, who returned it in kind. Just when she was about to protest, Mibu spoke up in Berenger's defense. Itami Ryo, do you honestly believe that if Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein ever meant us the slightest bit of harm, he would provide such a warm welcome to our family? He could have had us killed at any time, especially within the confines of your palace, when he sent that team to rescue us. Instead, he saved you from confinement, brought you into his home, threw you a feast, and gave you an all-expense-paid tour of his capital city. If you are truly a prisoner, as you claim, why would he trust us to walk free in his city, with only a small child as our escort? You have a bad habit of seeing the worst in people and stubbornly refusing to believe that they are perhaps not as malicious as you first thought, even after being proven otherwise. It's no wonder you are still single, despite your good looks. Itami felt aggrieved after hearing her mother scold her so openly and quickly looked at Momo for support, who was wearing a smug expression on her pretty face. Her next words were the nail in the coffin. One-ichan, Berenger is still permitted one more wife according to German law. If you do not marry him, I will. Weren't you always saying that you would only marry the man who has bested you on the field of battle? Well, Berenger hasn't only defeated you in every conflict, but his empire is better than the one you have built. I don't know what exactly he has planned for you, but if Berenger is willing to go to such lengths to show you that he's not as bad as you think, you should probably at least hear him out. With both her mother and sister so blatantly telling her she was refusing to see the truth, Itami was forced to confront her preconceived notions. Was she really the bad guy in this whole dispute between their two nations? The Japanese Empress gazed up at the stars in the sky and felt, for the first time in a long time, that she truly needed to be alone to sort out her thoughts. Thus, she made one simple request before remaining silent for the entire journey back to the palace. "Please, bring me back to the palace. I have much to think about." Christopher responded with his signature smile and did as requested. He could tell that his father's efforts had some effect on the Japanese Empress, albeit only because her family insisted she stop being so stubborn. Itami had more important matters to attend to, and after a member of Berenger's staff led her to his location, she found herself staring at a locked door leading to the Kaiser's office. Evidently, the receptionist had gone home for the day, given her absence. Without considering what the Kaiser might be up to, Itami knocked repeatedly on the door until it was opened by a golden-haired beauty Itami recognized as one of Berenger's wives. Adela looked at the albino Empress with a hint of surprise before allowing her entry to the room. Only after entering the office did Itami see that Berenger was in a discussion with two of his wives. Adela was not the only woman present, there was also a strawberry blonde vixen dressed in a military-style uniform, standing over a desk where a map was spread out. Linda smiled when she saw Itami enter, while Berenger frowned, clearly having lost track of time. The moment he saw the Japanese Empress enter his study, he spoke with a rather stern tone. "Shouldn't you be on a tour right now?" Partially offended by the callous remark, Itami crossed her arms beneath her substantial breasts and glared at the man before asking one of the many questions plaguing her mind. "I knew you were up to something. You send me off on a tour around your capital while you sit here and skulk in the shadows with two of your women. Tell me this, just what are you trying to pull?" Shockingly, it was not Berenger who spoke up, but Linda who, in perfect Japanese, insulted the foreign empress for her rude behavior. "We welcome you into our home, sparing no expense to show our generosity. Here you stand, accusing my husband of misbehavior. I would have thought that after an enjoyable day exploring our homeland, you would be more agreeable. It is now clear to me that you are an impulsive and overly emotional woman whose nature is one of conflict." Just as Linda was about to continue scolding Itami, Berenger raised his hand to silence her. He then spoke in the Japanese Empress's native tongue, struggling to maintain his manners. "If, even after everything I have done for you, you still cannot find it in your heart to hear me out, perhaps I should just send you and your family back to Japan. I am sure the new shogun will be more than forgiving regarding your escape from his captivity." The thought of being sent back to that traitor's imprisonment was enough to finally silence Itami. She lowered her head, curling her fists in rage, as if she wanted to say more but couldn't. Once she had settled down, and her posture became more submissive, Berenger continued. "You ask what I am plotting? Has it ever occurred to you that I never wanted a war with you to begin with? Enough of my men have lost their lives because of your ego. As a result, I plan to sit back and do nothing for the remainder of this conflict. From now on, the German strategy is to blockade the Japanese mainland and allow Shiba's so-called shogunate to collapse upon itself. Naturally, we will bomb Japan's means of military production and send propaganda flyers to convince the common people to take up arms against their new dictator. If you feel like cooperating, I would prefer that you publicly declare your surrender, so that your citizens know you are not hysterical but have been forcibly removed from your position because you had the best interests of the Japanese nation in mind. With the help of my wives, I can attribute every misdeed that has occurred under your reign to General Shiba. In the eyes of both Germany and Japan, you will be seen as the victim of a madman's ambitions, coerced into supporting heinous acts through deceit and intimidation, only to be detained when you stood your ground and declared that enough was enough. This is an easy enough story to spin. After all, Shiba has been by your side since the very beginning of your conquests, hasn't he? The murder of the previous dynasty, the invasions of Korea, the Philippines, and Borneo, the massacres of unarmed civilians in occupied areas, and the enslavement of your conquered subjects, all of these can be wiped away from your responsibility. Of course, you are free to not participate in this scheme. If you choose not to, I will find you a small plot of land in one of my tributaries where you can live the rest of your life in exile. However, your name will be dragged through the mud, and your legacy will be one of tyranny, ultimately leading to anarchy. Upon hearing all of this, Itami could only sit down in the nearest seat and think the proposal through. Though many of these heinous acts had occurred without her knowledge, it was a fact that they had happened under her reign. Even though she had punished the perpetrators, the crimes they committed would forever be a black mark on her legacy. At this point, she could not return to Japan and reclaim her throne without Berenger's support. If it meant surrendering, which she had already planned to do before Shiba usurped her position, then she saw no reason to refuse, even if she was suspicious of every word Berenger had said. Thus, Itami could not help but sigh as she gave in to Berenger's demands. "Very well, I will announce my surrender whenever you think is best. Though I still do not trust you, I have to admit that you are my only hope of regaining my throne. So I guess I have no choice but to play along with your schemes." Berenger smiled when he heard this and quickly pulled out a document, which he handed to Itami. The albinotic beauty took one look at it and could immediately tell what the entire document entailed. She carefully read every detail, knowing that the terms presented in this treaty would forever change the fate of Japan. The terms were as follows. 1. The Empire of Japan takes all responsibility for causing the war by instigating violence in the Indian subcontinent with the intention of causing German casualties. 2. The Empire of Japan must pay reparations to Germany for the cost of the war and the suffering endured by the Reich. 3. The Empire of Japan recognizes the independence of the Joseon dynasty and returns all of its lands that it once held prior to Japanese occupation. 4. The Empire of Japan agrees with the German Empire to seize all remaining Japanese war assets. 5. The Japanese armed forces shall henceforth be restructured into the Japanese Self-Defense Forces and limited to the numbers necessary to maintain order within the country. They will also be outfitted solely with equipment purchased from the German Empire. 6. The Empire of Japan will agree to German occupation and re-education of their country and its people for as long as necessary. As a result, the German Empire will handle the Empire of Japan's internal and foreign affairs for the duration of their occupation. 7. The Empire of Japan is henceforth banned from conducting weapons research. The Empire of Japan acknowledges that the equipment provided to the newly formed Japanese Self-Defense Forces by the Reich is advanced enough to deal with any threats they may encounter. Furthermore, the only reason they would develop improved weapons is to start another war with the German Empire. 8. Empress Itami Ryo permits her family to be taken to Kufstein to live as guests of the Reich in perpetuity. 10. The Empire of Japan will cede control of the Philippines to the German Empire. 11. The Empire of Japan will recognize Germany's ownership of the New World and its territories in Australasia, Oceania, and Asia. Itami looked up from the list of demands and frowned. There were many things she wanted to argue against, but she was in no position to do so. Thus, she sighed heavily before handing the document back to Berenger. With a defeated tone in her voice, she spoke the words she knew Berenger would understand. "Vi victus." "Very well, I will sign your treaty as is." Upon hearing this, Berenger nodded 3 times with a wide grin on his face, before discussing his plans for Itami's surrender. "You will sign this treaty in a fortnight, in Tokyo Bay on the deck of the SMS Berenger, which is my personal battleship. I am sure you understand the significance of this." While it was true that Itami had invested in the construction of Tokyo, which would normally not come into existence for several centuries, she had not yet moved her capital from Heiankyo to the fledgling city. However, the significance of this location stemmed from her past life, where the Empire of Japan surrendered to the United States of America aboard the USS Missouri in Tokyo Bay. In other words, Berenger was reenacting this scene to further drive his point home. Despite finding this completely and utterly humiliating, Itami bowed her head and agreed to the stipulation, knowing full well that she had no way to resist. 2 weeks came and went as Itami and her family lived in the Kaiser's palace. Though Berenger went out of his way to make his guests comfortable, Itami stubbornly refused to believe his intentions were genuine. Thus, she continued to sulk and wait for the dreaded day when she would have to publicly announce her surrender to the Reich. Eventually, the Japanese Empress boarded a plane with the Kaiser. Their destination was Tokyo Bay, where the 6th Carrier Strike Group was located. After some shuffling, Berenger and Itami boarded the SMS Berenger, which was no longer a Linde-class battleship but one of the newest designs. Itami was given her own private quarters where she was dressed in traditional Japanese Empress garb provided by the Reich. A team of professionals did her makeup and styled her hair, making her look as beautiful as humanly possible, practically a living goddess. Berenger, meanwhile, was dressed in his black and gold imperial regalia, adorned with all the medals he had awarded himself for his various feats in battle over the past few years. Standing next to him on the deck of the SMS Berenger were several high-ranking officials in the German Empire, including General Feldmarschall Adelbrand von Salzburg and Chancellor Otto von Graz, who was nearing retirement age. Itami walked onto the deck in her most gorgeous appearance yet, stunning every man present, including Berenger. Her snow-white hair was tied up into double buns, with the ends still flowing down the back of her neck. Her bangs and hair were cut blunt for the occasion, complementing her heart-shaped face perfectly. With a stoic expression, she walked towards the center of the ship, where Berenger stood facing her. The two monarchs nodded silently before both signing the peace treaty. Once it was over, Itami got on her knees and kowtowed to Berenger as a sign of submission. Though the event was short, it was filmed and photographed extensively for use in propaganda materials. Within a week, flyers would be pouring into the Japanese mainland, showing the capitulation of the Japanese Empress to her German master. Once the cameras were no longer present, Itami rose to her feet and scowled before making a bitter remark to the man who had defeated her at every turn. "You must be extremely happy with yourself, having a beautiful Japanese woman like myself bow to you so submissively." Despite the obvious malice in her words, Berenger smiled and countered Itami's remark with his own shameless statement. "I'm not going to lie. It has been a fantasy of mine for as long as I can remember. It is a shame you exude such masculine energy, it kind of ruined the whole thing for me. Now, if there was a more proper, feminine Japanese woman like your sister or mother submitting to me, then perhaps I would be more thrilled at the prospect. But we can't get everything we want in life." Itami simply scoffed at this comment. She had no words for Berenger's shamelessness. However, in the next moment, he said something that surprised her. "So now that we have gotten that ugly business over with, how about we hit the mess hall and get something for lunch?" The Japanese Empress's sanguine eyes warily examined Berenger to see if he had any hidden intent. However, to her surprise, for the first time since she had met the man, he appeared to be rather carefree. Naturally, she could not help but inquire why that was the case. "You're smiling? Over the past few weeks since you first kidnapped me, I don't believe I have ever seen you smile like this. What gives?" Ignoring the kidnapping remark, Berenger instead gazed off toward the island of Japan, where the sound of bombs detonating echoed in the distance. Germany had just conducted its last air raid over Japan, bombing the entire infrastructure into oblivion. He took a deep breath before exhaling with an excited smile. After doing so, Berenger explained to Itami why he was so happy. "I can finally rest easy knowing that the war has come to an end. Smell that? It's the scent of victory. From this day forward, I will build a new golden age for my people, a second Pax Germania that will last for centuries to come. All of my life's ambitions have finally been fulfilled. The only thing left in my story is to continue building and expanding my empire into the world's supreme power. One that, under my guidance, will endure the test of time. Of course, Shiba still needs to be dethroned, but my troops will no longer be actively engaging on the front lines. How about that meal?" By the end of his brief speech, Berenger had already begun to walk off, leaving Itami completely stunned into silence. It was only now that she realized she knew very little about who Berenger von Kufstein actually was, or what his life's ambitions were. He was a man with 2 lifetimes, like herself, and yet she had been so angry with him for ruining her plans that she had never stopped to ask who he was. Whether she realized it or not, Itami began to chase after him as he led her to the mess hall. The two of them sat down at their own table, where the rest of the crew gave them a wide berth. Whispers circulated among the German sailors about the Japanese Empress and her role in Japan's actions. According to the media, which most Germans found trustworthy, Itami had been a victim of Shiba's ambitions, a mere puppet of the madman who stubbornly refused to surrender. Thus, these sailors harbored no animosity toward the albino beauty, who was said to have bravely stood against Shiba, resulting in her captivity. Itami paid no attention to these whispers, sitting in silence as Berenger returned from the line with 2 brats and beers for them to enjoy at their leisure. Whether Itami wanted to admit it or not, she had become addicted to the taste of bratwurst since her visit to the food stall in the old district. The duo remained silent for some time before Itami posed one of the many questions she had about Berenger's identity. "May I ask a personal question?" Berenger looked up from his half-eaten brat, swallowed the remaining bit in his mouth, and nodded his head in approval. "Knock yourself out, nobody here can speak Japanese, anyway." Itami shuffled silently with an anxious look on her face for several seconds before finally asking her question. "You are like me, right? Someone who reincarnated from another world?" Berenger's gaze suddenly turned serious as he nodded his head in silence before taking another bite of his brat. After doing so, Itami exhaled deeply before asking another question. "So, who were you in that past life? Were you German then, too? Or have you simply created your empire as a result of your circumstances?" Berenger took a sip from his beer before responding in a way Itami did not expect. "That life no longer holds any meaning for me. However, since you are curious, I will give you a brief summary. The world I came from was similar to the one we find ourselves in now, with some minor differences in history prior to my actions, which have forever left their mark on this world. I came from the distant future and lived a meaningless life before dying tragically in a foreign land, where I should never have been. When I reincarnated into this world, I was a sickly fool on the verge of death. Contrary to what you might believe, things were not easy for me. No one took me seriously, and my own brother was constantly plotting my demise. Even worse, I quickly made enemies with men far more powerful than myself. The only thing that kept me alive during those days was Linda's watchful eye. She was able to detect and eliminate any covert threats to my existence. If not for her, I would have died a second time before I could accomplish anything significant." This turn of events surprised Itami. She had not expected Berenger to give up on his past life so easily. Lord knows her own past haunted her to this day, and she was quick to inquire about this for the sake of her own mental health. "So you have no regrets from your past life? You left no one behind?" Berenger scoffed as he took one final bite from his brat before answering Itami's question with a bit of disdain in his tone. "My only regret from that world is that I was unable to give my parents the grandchildren they always wanted. Aside from them, I had no one else in my life, no friends, no wife, no children, absolutely nothing. Nobody besides my parents cared that I died so miserably. I can guarantee you that." Itami was utterly baffled that the man she had fought for so many years had such a pitiful backstory. She couldn't help but connect dots that didn't exist in her mind as she voiced this conclusion aloud. "So that's why you built an empire? You felt that you lived a meaningless existence and tried to make up for it in this life." However, Berenger's response was entirely out of Itami's expectations. The man broke out into a fit of laughter, as if what Itami had said was the funniest joke in the world. This response naturally caused everyone in the mess hall to look over at him with a hint of curiosity in their eyes. Once Berenger settled down, he completely shattered Itami's assumptions. "Not at all. You know, when I first entered this world, I was wholly content with living a peaceful life in my family's holdings, spending my days ensuring that the barony became prosperous, and perhaps marrying a nice girl to have a small family with. But for some reason, people just kept trying to kill me. First, it was my brother, who had conspired with my liege and the Bishop of Innsbruck to have me killed. Then, after surviving their attempts, the papacy tried to have me condemned as a heretic, so I responded by creating the German Reformation, which ultimately led to the destruction of the Catholic Church. Before I knew it, I had an army that kept growing in size, and had gained the territory to support it. I kept rising through the ranks of nobility with each major victory until I ended up as the emperor of all Germans. I did not plan to become the Kaiser of the world's greatest empire, I was forced into it as a means of ensuring my own survival. With each passing victory, my ambitions grew, and I eventually ended up with everything you see today. My colonization efforts began simply because I had a craving for potato pancakes and chocolate, literally, for no other reason." Itami gazed at Berenger as if she were looking at a completely different person than the one she thought she knew. She could not fathom any of this being true. Was this man seriously saying that he became the world's most powerful emperor not by his own ambition, but as a response to actions that were entirely out of his control? If the nobility and the papacy had just left Berenger alone, what would this world be like? The Japanese Empress had a sudden urge to curse out whoever the idiot was who first decided to mess with Berenger. Now that she had learned about Berenger's origins, so many more questions filled Itami's mind. She had thought her questions would confirm what she already knew about this man and his personality, but instead, she felt as if her entire existence in this world had become a complete and utter joke. Naturally, she had many more questions, which she intended to ask now that she had some alone time with Berenger. Berenger sat beside Itami in the mess hall of the SMS Berenger. After finishing their brats and beers, Berenger fetched another round for their continued conversation. Once seated, he handed the cold beer to the Japanese Empress, who gulped it down with ease. Itami was greatly interested in Berenger's past, a topic he did not wish to discuss more than he had to. Her sanguine eyes peered deeply into Berenger's soul as she asked the next question in her mind, but not in her native tongue, rather in American English. "So, do you speak English at all?" Berenger did not hesitate to nod his head as he spoke a language that, in many ways, did not exist yet. While English was spoken in the British Isles, it was a primitive form unrecognizable to modern speakers like the two monarchs. For the first time in nearly 15 years, Berenger found himself speaking the language of his past life, with a similar accent to those days. However, despite the similar accent, Berenger's pitch and tone were markedly different from his past life, and Itami could not identify that he was, in fact, the man she loved. Naturally, she had the same problem, as they conversed in an advanced language that should not belong in this world. "Indeed, I grew up in a country that spoke the English language. It's a pity that this world's variant of the tongue will probably never develop into the form I know so well. Not after the ongoing Germanization of the British Isles." Itami glanced at Berenger with a hint of curiosity on her gorgeous face and quickly asked what exactly he meant by his words. "What do you mean?" Berenger smiled as he recounted his tale of the Great Crusade against the German nation. "Well, as you are probably aware, the English were Catholic when I first encountered them. As we discussed earlier, I almost immediately ran into difficulties with the Catholic Church upon entering this world. Things kept escalating, and proxy wars were fought between myself and the papacy. Eventually, a grand crusade was declared against the German Empire shortly after I had founded it, and in response, all the major European kingdoms united against me. The English were among them. In a rather foolish attempt to take control of what you know as the Suez Canal, which I had only recently completed, the King of England marched his army to the Sinai Peninsula, where they were utterly massacred by my forces. As a result, I sailed to the Kingdom of England and dethroned the fallen king's successor, and in doing so, placed myself as steward until a time when my son Lucas can come of age to become the next King of England. Currently, England is nothing more than a puppet of the Reich, as are all my neighbors. Most of them will have a member of my dynasty on their throne within a generation or two. Since Itami's spy network was not nearly as advanced as Berenger's, she had very limited information about his rise to power. Thus, most of what she was hearing from him was new information. She quickly pressed him for more details on how he had accomplished so much in his brief life in this world. "You're saying that all of your neighbors are your puppets? How did you manage to accomplish that?" Berenger took a swig from his beer, a smug smile on his face, and further elaborated on his diplomatic policy over the last 15 years. "It is a long and rather complicated story, but to make it short, I essentially legalized polygamy. Through marriages either to myself or to my potential heirs, I have secured the thrones of most European kingdoms for my dynasty or cadet branches that will form in the coming decades. Especially after the Crusade, where most of the previous monarchs died in battle. It's not just England, the Iberian Empire will one day spread across North Africa during my son Ghazi's reign. Under the rule of my son Alexandros, the Byzantines will conquer eastward until they reach the borders of India. From India, my bastard child with their princess will inherit his uncle's throne, whose borders already reach those of the Majapahit Empire. My son with their princess will succeed his grandfather there. You could say that I have spent the last 15 years ensuring that my bloodline rules from the western shores of the New World to the western borders of China. The only region of this earth where my descendants are unlikely to reign as sovereign is Northeast Asia. I dare say, China, Korea, and Japan are out of my sphere of influence. Itami could hardly believe what she was hearing. Did this man seriously intend to unite the world with his bloodline? From the sound of it, the descendants of Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein would one day rule everything west of China. The idea was truly bold, and Itami had to admit that Berenger's scheming for this outcome over a decade was truly impressive. If only Berenger wasn't such a womanizer, she might have fallen for him. However, Itami doubted she would ever share the man she chose in this life to be her partner. Thus, as much as she respected Berenger for his ability to manipulate the world around him, she also held a strong sense of disdain. In Itami's eyes, nothing was more beautiful and romantic than a loving monogamous relationship, and Berenger was the farthest thing from those ideals. Still, every day she witnessed how happy the Kaiser's family was, she felt her convictions being challenged. This ultimately forced Itami to sigh heavily and drink from her beer before asking Berenger a more personal question. Okay, I understand your reasoning for a polygamous lifestyle. It's a political weapon you use to assert your authority over all the world's major kingdoms and empires. However, be honest with me, there is no way you could possibly love all of your women equally, right? Berenger simply chuckled when he heard this and took another sip from his beer before responding to Itami's claims. For the first time since she had met him, he smiled at her the same way he did when he was around his family. Although Itami knew this was because he was reflecting on his memories, she still found the warm expression on his face more attractive than she wanted to admit. After thinking about his answer for some time, Berenger let out a heavy sigh before speaking from his heart. You pose an interesting question. Is it possible for one man to love 10 women equally? I believe the answer is a resounding no. There is no doubt in my mind that some of my relationships, particularly the ones with my concubines, are shallower than the ones I have with my lawful wives. And even my relationships with my wives vary in intensity. I would be lying if I said that my relationships with the Aztec princess, the queen of the Crimean Khanate, the princess of the Majapahit Empire, and the Indian princess were equivalent to what I have with Linda or Adela. In fact, in those scenarios, our feelings towards one another are more akin to mutual attraction and friendship than actual romantic love. After all, I only have so much time in the world, and as the ruler of the world's largest and most powerful empire, my ability to spend time with my loved ones is severely limited. Despite this, I still care for and provide for those women and the children we have together in the way a husband should. So, at the end of the day, as long as everyone is happy, I don't see a reason why I shouldn't have so many women by my side. Itami bit her lip in frustration when she heard this. She honestly did not expect Berenger to outright admit that his feelings were unequally distributed among his many women. Thus, she was compelled to ask the question that immediately appeared in her mind. So you don't believe in soulmates then? Berenger simply smiled and shook his head before responding to Itami in a rather gentle tone. Oh, quite the contrary, I do have a soulmate. She has been there for me every step of the way since I entered this world, almost as if she was waiting for me throughout the entirety of my 2 lives leading up to our first encounter. As I previously mentioned, if not for her, I would have likely died a horrific death a long time ago. There is one other woman who I was bound by fate to meet and love. Unfortunately, we do not get to spend much time together, and it has not been long since our relationship first began. She lives in a different world entirely, and our reunions are always short-lived. Once a month, I fly across the sea to visit her. However, I can only stay for the weekend before I must depart back to my home. There appeared to be a look of longing on Berenger's face, one that Itami had never seen before. The man had 10 women in total, several of whom did not even live with him. Yet, this one woman had touched his soul in a way that just thinking about her brought him visible pain. Naturally, Berenger was referring to Brynhilde. From the moment he met the Valkyrie and learned that she was the reason he was brought into this world, he felt a deep personal connection with the mature beauty. However, he would never inform Itami of this. As far as Berenger knew, the Japanese Empress had never made contact with the gods and would find his tale about mating with a Valkyrie entirely unbelievable. If she thought he was lying about such a thing, she might disregard everything they had built since they first met, thus undoing weeks of diplomatic progress. Itami closely examined the pain on Berenger's face as he briefly and cryptically spoke about this mysterious woman she had yet to meet. It was almost the same sense of agony she had endured after being apart from Julian for so long. Instinctively and silently, she grabbed hold of the man's hand to comfort him, though Berenger did not even notice, as he was lost in his thoughts. After briefly discussing Berenger's past and his relationships, the man had some questions of his own for the Japanese Empress, which he quickly brought up to shift the focus away from his own memories. So, I have told you about myself. Now it's your turn to reciprocate. I'm not entirely curious about who you were in your past life. As I've said before, that life no longer holds any meaning for me, and if I'm being honest, you should move on from it as well. What I want to know is how, in the middle of medieval Japan, a woman rises to the top and becomes Empress. Naturally, I know all the dirty details already. After all, my wife Linda has spent the last 15 years creating the world's most advanced intelligence agency, but I want to hear it from you. What drove you to build an empire? Was it your father's death? I don't think so. You clearly showed signs of advancing your father's territory and preparing for war long before the Ashikaga shogunate threatened you. Itami was completely and utterly shocked by this revelation. She had no idea Berenger knew so much about her. It was honestly rather impressive how far his intelligence network had spread in such a short period of time. This was something she had utterly failed to accomplish on her own, and it was a significant reason why the Germans had defeated her so soundly. After taking some time to think about her response, Itami took another sip of her beer before answering Berenger's question with a long speech. If you must know my ambitions for creating the Empire of Japan, it goes back to my past life. You see, my grandfather was a World War II veteran. He had fought in the Imperial Japanese Army and told me many tales of the war while I was growing up. In many ways, you could say that he inspired my career choice in that life. Unfortunately, I died rather miserably before I could make my mark on the world and was reincarnated into the body of a teenage girl during the Ashikaga shogunate. Unlike you, I was never really content with my position in life. My father in this life was Itami Yasutane, a minor nobleman in this world's version of feudal Japan. He had utterly failed to sire a son, and as a result, he was especially hard on me growing up, forcing me to be raised like a boy. When I was 13, I suffered severe head trauma in a training accident, and when I finally woke up, I suddenly had memories of another life. Once I realized I was a teenage girl in feudal Japan, I knew my fate would be worse than death. You see, my father had gotten one of his concubines pregnant, and I feared she would bear him a son. If she did, I would no longer be his heir and would suffer the same humiliating fate that all young girls endure in this medieval world, being married off to some fat old bastard to live the rest of my miserable life in a loveless marriage. To avoid such a horrific fate, I decided to make myself useful and began advancing the agricultural systems of my father's lands. It was not an easy task. As a young girl, nobody took my suggestions seriously, so I had to build a friendship with one of the old peasants from the village who held some seniority among my father's lands. It was only after this old man approached my father with my ideas, as if they were his own, that my father took an interest in them. Of course, the old peasant died shortly after, but he had been useful enough to trick my father into implementing my designs across his territory. The next 9 months were rather stressful. I prayed to the gods every morning and night for the newest child to be born a girl. Meanwhile, my father began developing his lands with my inventions. Before long, we had gained a considerable amount of wealth. I then manipulated the village blacksmith into manufacturing matchlocks and cannons, which were presented to my father. He immediately took an interest in them. My hope was that by the time I inherited my father's lands, I would have an army ready for war. 9 months passed, and it seemed the heavens took pity on me. My father's concubine passed away while giving birth to a stillborn son. With his most beloved concubine and unborn son both dead, my father became extremely depressed. He often locked himself away in solitude for long periods. When he finally revealed himself, he made my usual training much more difficult, as if taking out his frustrations on me for being born a girl. Eventually, he lost interest in the governance of our lands and left most of his responsibilities to my mother, who was more than happy to implement my inventions for the sake of the Itami clan's continued prosperity and security. Of course, this only attracted the avaricious eyes of those in power. Within a couple of years, the Ashikaga shogunate sent their lackeys to seize our wealth, imposing a tax that only applied to the Itami clan. What a fucking joke. I mean, honestly, could they not come up with a more reasonable excuse to plunder our coffers? As you apparently already know, my father refused to give in to their demands and ended up dying a miserable death in the battle that ensued. If you ask me, he had been looking for a way to die with honor since his concubine and son passed away. With the old man's death, I claimed my rightful place as his heir and used my father's passing at the hands of the Ashikaga shogunate to wage war against them. Truthfully, I did not really care that my father had passed away. After all, he was never truly a parental figure to me. Not even my mother grieved his death for longer than what was socially acceptable. While my father in this life was ultimately nothing more than a stranger who looked after me, I did form a bond with Busan and Momo, whom I now accept as my actual mother and sister. As for what came next, I rallied those who had been oppressed by the Ashikaga shogunate and began my rebellion. If you must know why I was so insistent on building an empire in this world, it has to do with my grandfather from my past life. If there was one thing you could say about my grandfather, it was that he had always regretted the fall of the Japanese Empire. What replaced the Empire of Japan was, in his view, a mere shadow of its former self. Thus, I used my newfound power to build that very empire in this world. Things were going well until I found out there was another person like me on the other side of the world. You could say that I panicked when I learned of your existence and, in my state of paranoia, believed there could only be one of us. So I did what I do best, I waged war against my neighbors to gather resources and industrialize my fledgling empire. It would have worked perfectly if you didn't constantly meddle in my affairs like the nuisance you are. In the end, you proved me correct. In this war, you have thoroughly destroyed my empire and my life's ambitions. So I suppose I should congratulate you on that. Berenger had silently listened to Atami's entire tale with complete attention. However, in the end, he was forced to argue with her about her last few words. I would have never been compelled to fight your empire if you hadn't sent troops and resources into India to cause German casualties. You only have yourself to blame for how things turned out. After hearing this, Itami bit her lip in frustration. Obviously, she knew this was the case, but it still was hard for her to let go. Nearly 10 years of effort, and it was now all down the drain. The Empire of Japan would never rise again, not with the treaty Berenger had forced upon her. If there was one thing she could be thankful for, it was how Berenger had treated her and her family, even after all her actions. Still, the idea of losing everything after all her hard work made the albino beauty incredibly bitter. Berenger immediately noticed this and quickly shifted the discussion to something more lighthearted, hoping to avoid further conflict with the Japanese Empress. So I take it you were a man in your past life? I honestly don't know how I would have reacted if I was reincarnated into the body of a teenage girl. This remark had the exact opposite effect Berenger had intended. Itami instantly shot him a dirty look, visibly offended by his comments. She raised her voice as she began to interrogate the man. What makes you think I was a man in my past life? This question immediately caught Berenger off guard, but that did not stop him from speaking his mind. With a confident expression on his handsome face, he replied, "Well, if I'm being honest, it kind of explains a lot about your personality. Besides the fact that there seemed to be a hint of lament in your voice when you expressed the idea of being reincarnated into the body of a teenage girl, the notion that you were a man in your past life could explain your overly masculine personality. One thing I've noticed in all our interactions is that you are ambitious, disagreeable, and outright aggressive. These are just a few traits you have that characterize a masculine nature. No offense, but these aren't exactly traits that a woman would normally possess, nor should she. So, it would make sense if you were really a man living in a woman's body." By now, Itami was grinding her teeth in displeasure, the words narrowly escaping her lips, sounding more like a hiss than a statement. "I was a woman. I am a woman. And I will always be a woman. How dare you?" Realizing now that his assumptions were incorrect and that he had said something quite offensive, Berenger averted his gaze from the albino beauty and sipped on his beer in silence. Had Itami been a man in either of her two lives, then perhaps he would have apologized for his remarks. But she was a woman through and through, and if there was one rule a man should follow, it was that he must never apologize to a woman. If he did, she would expect him to do so every time she thought he was wrong. Thus, the two monarchs sat in utter silence for some time, with a rather awkward atmosphere between them. Thus, she spent several hours studying the German language with the aid of her divine mirror, which greatly enhanced her ability to comprehend the foreign tongue and its script. By the time Itami had used up all the artifact's stored power, the sun had begun to set, and she set out from her seclusion to find Berenger and test her newfound knowledge of his mother tongue. Making her way through the halls, she found Berenger emerging from his office with an exhausted appearance on his otherwise handsome face. The man was craning and massaging his neck, a natural result of spending the past 14 hours in a chair. Just as Itami was about to surprise Berenger with her understanding of the German language, he walked off and continued through the halls of his palace with a determined look on his face. Convinced that he was about to do something important, Itami pursued him from afar, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever the Kaiser was about to do. Soon, Berenger found himself in front of an open doorway, peering into a room with a silly smile on his face. Unable to contain her curiosity, Itami approached the doorway as quietly as possible without alerting him to her presence. She saw his warm gaze landing upon a beautiful, young, red-headed girl, roughly 13 years old, who was in the act of painting a marvelous picture. Helga's canvas was stained with oil-based paint as she made soft strokes with her brush. The objects of her artwork were lying in front of her, two leopards on a finely woven rug in front of a fireplace, where many of the princess's other esteemed works hung above. One of the leopards was quite large and obviously a full-grown adult. He lay in a relaxed pose on the rug, his paw firmly placed upon a much smaller cub of his own species, holding the child in place to ensure it did not misbehave. Immediately, Itami noticed the small leopard was the mischievous little cub named Spots, who had left a strong impression on her during her first night in Kufstein. The larger leopard swiftly noticed Itami's presence and raised his head, glaring at her. However, detecting no hostility from the albino beauty, he corrected his posture to maintain the previous pose. The young girl was too engrossed in her activity to notice the sudden movement and continued with her latest work. Suddenly, music filled the hallway, and Helga clearly took notice. As she listened to the song and hummed its tune, her cold exterior melted away, leaving a warm smile on her pretty face. She continued to paint her masterpiece without ever realizing her father was standing in the doorway, watching her with a gentle gaze in his mismatched eyes. Itami had become lost in thought, wondering if the girl had purposely left the door open, waiting for the music to begin. The Japanese Empress had spaced out so much that by the time she regained her focus, the object of her attention was already gone, moving down the hallway toward the origin of the sweet music, where he stood in the doorway with the same gentle smile he had while watching the red-headed girl paint. Itami quickly pursued the man and stared into the doorway, where she saw two young children. One she recognized as Christopher, and the other was a young, doll-like girl, anxiously trying to keep up on her violin with the boy sitting in front of her. Though Christopher could not see the girl behind him, he could tell she was struggling to keep up. Thus, he lowered his tempo and spoke to her with a warm smile and a kind tone. "I know you can do this, Astrid. If you can play the piece slowly, it's only a matter of time before you can match my tempo. How about we take it slow for now until you get the hang of it?" Hearing this, Astrid smiled prettily and blushed slightly as she continued to play the piece at her own speed, which Christopher matched perfectly. However, Itami was quite shocked that she understood what the boy had said, proving that her German lessons were indeed coming along nicely. Both Berenger and Itami continued to watch the two children play the rest of the song in silence. Once they finished, Astrid put her violin down and sat next to Christopher on his bench. To Itami's surprise, the doll-like girl pecked the boy on the cheek, causing him to blush in embarrassment. In response, Astrid giggled childishly as the two children sat in silence, staring at each other with loving eyes. When Itami saw this scene, she felt as if she had been stabbed in the heart. This damn brat was not even 12 years old, and yet he already had a better love life than her. How was that even possible? Unable to continue watching the little lovebirds, Itami scrambled off, realizing that Berenger had shared the same reaction. It was only then that she realized Christopher was probably the kid whose music she had randomly insulted in front of Gerhard during one of their previous encounters. Having met the sweet child and witnessed his warm and gentle personality, Itami now understood why Gerhard was so protective of the boy. This realization caused her to feel a deep sense of shame as she followed Berenger through the hallway. She rounded the corner and immediately halted in her tracks when she heard a loud shout from the other side of the hallway. Daddy! What Itami witnessed was a young tan-skinned girl with golden hair and amber eyes running up to Berenger and glomping him. The man chuckled and shook his head as he embraced his daughter, realizing he had been spotted while observing his children. Zara had a wide smile on her face, as if this were the happiest moment of her entire life. She continued to hug her father with a fierce grip, clearly not wanting to be torn away from his arms. Berenger effortlessly picked up the young girl and kissed her on the forehead, wearing a heartwarming expression. "Let's go see what your big brother is up to." After saying this, Berenger continued to carry his young daughter in his arms as he walked down the hallway. As Berenger moved further down the corridor, Itami noticed that his earlier weary expression had completely vanished after spending even a little time with his children. It was only now that the albino beauty realized Berenger probably had more important things to do than test her new understanding of the German language. She had a sullen expression on her otherwise pretty face as she walked through the hallways and returned to her quarters alone. For some time, Itami sulked in silence, thinking about all the misconceptions she had about Berenger and his unorthodox family. Though the man was a polygamist, he genuinely seemed to care about each and every one of his women. The fact that he worked a minimum of 12 hours a day and continued to check on each of his kids showed that he was, at the very least, a father who loved his children. Perhaps Itami was mistaken when she assumed that the Kaiser was a womanizing playboy. Actions often speak louder than words, and though Berenger had defended his unusual lifestyle during their previous conversation, he was unable to convince Itami that he was anything but a man who used women for their bodies. This perception came crashing down, along with Itami's entire perspective of Germany and its mighty Kaiser, as she struggled to cope with the deep sense of envy she was feeling at that moment. Though she did not realize it yet, Itami had begun to see Berenger with a hint of attraction, rather than the disgust she previously felt toward him. A few more days passed, and Itami had been directly avoiding Berenger during this time. Despite the overwhelming size of the Kaiser's palace, it was impossible to avoid the man forever. Thus, Itami was quite surprised when she saw him sprinting down the halls with an anxious expression on his face. If there was one major fault Itami had, it was never knowing when to give up on her curiosity. So, she swiftly followed him through the halls, wondering what could have gotten him so panicked. In the end, she found Berenger running into a bedroom, where a beautiful woman lay on a mattress with a wet towel over her forehead. It was clear that this woman was not German. One could easily tell by the color of her skin that she was not of European descent. However, when her amber eyes caught sight of Berenger's entrance, a warm smile appeared on her gorgeous face. While this mature and exotic beauty lay beneath the covers of her bed, an older man was taking her temperature. Berenger waited patiently for the man to finish, but the sweat on his brow made it clear that he was quite anxious about the results. After a swift examination, Ewald looked up at Berenger and sighed in relief before giving him the good news. "Your wife will be fine. You have nothing to worry about. She is just suffering from a common cold. All she needs is some rest and some warm soup. I suggest picking up something to help with her congestion. You can send any of your servants to the local drugstore to acquire some over-the-counter remedies, which should work well in this regard." Berenger sighed in relief, wiped the sweat from his brow, kissed Yasmin on the forehead, and thanked the physician. "Thanks, Ewald. You have always been there for my family. I will do as you suggest. You can take the rest of the night off. If something comes up, I know how to contact you." A gentle smile appeared on Ewald's face. He had been the von Kufstein family physician since before Berenger was born. The man had watched Berenger grow from a petulant, sickly child into the man he is today, and had learned much from the Kaiser in the field of medicine. He could hardly believe how much the world had changed in just 15 years and looked forward to his retirement, when he could enjoy a peaceful, prosperous society that Berenger had built. Thus, there was a profound sense of humility in his tone as he shook his head and assured Berenger that he was simply happy to do his job. "Believe me, Your Majesty, the fact that I can continue to work for your family, even in this era of modern medicine, is a testament to your faith in me. The honor is all mine." After saying this, Ewald left the room, leaving Berenger and Yasmin alone. As he passed Itami on the way out, the Japanese Empress was struck by how Berenger's subordinates treated him. It was one thing for his family to love him so deeply, but the look in Ewald's eyes as he assured Berenger that Yasmin would recover without incident and that he was grateful to serve the Kaiser was one of pure reverence. This was something she had never experienced with her own staff. As Itami slowly came back to reality, Berenger took Yasmin's delicate hand and gently assured her that everything would be all right. "Don't worry, the doctor says you'll be fine. Just get some rest. I'll look after the twins until you get better." Yasmin chuckled but coughed as she did so. During her last pregnancy, she had conceived and given birth to twins, which was the happiest moment of her life. It allowed her to give Berenger 5 children, despite her age. This made her equal to both Linda and Adela, who had also given birth to the same number of children. However, the idea of Berenger going out of his way to care for 2 infants while she was mildly ill was laughable to Yasmin. The man had never been good with newborns, and she preferred if Linda or one of his other women cared for her newest babies. She placed her palm on Berenger's cheek and gently shook her head. "Don't worry about it. I'll just ask Linda to look after the twins while I'm absent. Allah knows you're dreadfully busy managing the Reich, especially with the war. I can't keep you from your responsibilities. If Linda can't manage Nazar and Sophia, then I'll have Priya look after them. Though I think she's a bit overwhelmed with little Arun." Arun was Priya's son with Berenger, and like Nazar and Sophia, he was an infant. As a first-time mother, Priya had been learning a lot about motherhood from Yasmin. Thus, Yasmin didn't want to add more responsibilities to the young woman's plate. Berenger smiled at Yasmin's decision and respected it. He kissed her forehead once more before responding. "Very well, I'll inform Linda to look after the little ones. In the meantime, I will go and order the kitchen to prepare some fresh kolsup for you. I know it's your favorite." Yasmin smiled and tucked herself further beneath her covers, nodding in agreement with her husband's words. "Sounds tasty." With that, Berenger kissed Yasmin on the forehead one final time before departing from the room to make the preparations. It was only then that he noticed Itami staring at him with a stunned expression. She struggled to find the words to speak but ultimately managed to voice her disbelief. "Aren't you in the middle of a war? How could you take the time out of your busy schedule to look after a pair of twins and a sick wife? Isn't that what servants are for?" Berenger looked slightly offended at first, but then a look of pity and understanding appeared on his handsome face as he shook his head slightly and clicked his tongue. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Oh, Itami, I'm guessing you've never been in love, have you? I would move mountains and split the seas themselves if it meant I could make my loved ones happy. I'll have you know that since I first established this empire, I have created a very robust government that is more than capable of looking after my country while I am indisposed. Why would I not spend time with my family when they truly need me? It might be a common cold, but my presence comforts Yasmin, so I will gladly take some time off to help her get better. Now, if you need me, I have some things to take care of." Itami stood there in disbelief as she watched Berenger run off to fulfill the 3 errands he had promised. Before long, he was back with a bowl of steaming cabbage, potato, and pork soup, as well as a bag of cold medicine. He personally fed Yasmin as she relaxed in her bed. Itami did not leave until Berenger had closed the doors behind him, insisting that his wife Yasmin get some proper rest after she had her fill of soup. Only after he had done this did Berenger get back to his work for the day. Before long, Yasmin would get better. As the sickness passed, however, this incident changed Itami's perspective of Berenger entirely. The Kaiser had always claimed that he genuinely loved and cared for each of his women, and on this day, Itami witnessed that to be true. It did not take long for Yasmin to recover from her illness. Soon enough, she was up and about again, performing her duties as a motherly figure to so many children. While Berenger was hard at work, Itami wandered around the castle, where she came across her younger sister playing with a group of Berenger's younger children. By Momo's side were Adela and Henrietta, who were both taking a day off from work to look after the young ones. As many of Berenger's wives and concubines played essential roles in German society, they often rotated the days they took off to help look after the children. Momo appeared to be in her element around the young ones, wearing a warm smile on her face and playing with them as if she herself were their mother. Neither Adela nor Henrietta took offense to this. Itami, on the other hand, watched from a distance with a slightly envious expression. She had no children of her own, and being around Berenger's many kids, especially the younger ones, made her quite nervous. However, just as Itami was about to leave the scene, she felt a tug at the hem of her dress and looked down to see a young boy, no older than 5, gazing up at her with a curious expression. At that moment, Itami froze, looking around for someone to assist the child. Yet Adela, Henrietta, and Momo were quite a distance away. Before Itami could call out to them, the boy spoke to her. "Mommy, I'm hungry." Itami gazed at the child in disbelief as he looked up at her with a whimpering expression. Did this boy seriously confuse her for one of Berenger's women? At this moment, a flurry of thoughts raced through the albino beauty's mind as she deliberated about what to do in this troublesome situation. As Itami continued to ponder a solution, the boy's stomach growled, evoking her sympathy. Instead of fetching someone to care for the child, she smiled and bent down to take his hand. "How about we find you something to eat, shall we?" Bruno's face lit up into a smile as he took hold of Itami's pale, delicate hand and followed her to the dining hall. Despite her best efforts, Itami couldn't find any kitchen staff, so she decided to make a meal for the boy herself. In a gentle voice, she instructed Bruno to stay seated. "Be a good boy and wait here for a few minutes while I prepare something for you, okay?" Bruno smiled and nodded silently as Itami hurried into the kitchen. The kitchen was larger than she could have imagined, a commercial-sized space with stations for every aspect of cooking. Butchering stations, sinks, ovens, stoves, fryers, and commercial dishwashers were all present. Normally, a staff of over a dozen people would be here preparing food for the royal family, but they were currently on their lunch break, leaving Itami to manage on her own. In the end, Itami made tonkatsu ramen with pork broth, along with a side of both takoyaki and ebiyaki, a meal she enjoyed very much. After some time, she emerged from the kitchen with a bowl in one hand and a platter in the other, which held 3 octopus dumplings and 3 shrimp dumplings. She handed them to Bruno and rushed back into the kitchen to fetch him some iced tea. Bruno looked at the foreign food, which was strange to him, for several moments before glancing back at Itami, who continued to smile. After a few more seconds of thought, he tried a piece of takoyaki and instantly fell in love with it. He then proceeded to eat the entire meal, his curiosity piqued. Itami sat down next to Bruno and ate her own portion, complimenting the boy. "Keep eating like that, and one day you will grow big and strong like your father." Upon seeing that the boy had some sauce on his face, Itami pulled out a napkin and dabbed it off before returning to her meal. As Itami and Bruno continued to eat, Henrietta rushed into the room, shouting out the boy's name. "Bruno, where are you?" Bruno looked up, gazed at his other mother, and smiled before responding. "I'm with white hair mommy." The term white hair mommy was definitely new to Henrietta, who rushed into the dining hall and saw the troublesome child snacking on some food. Only after seeing that the boy was safe did Henrietta sigh in relief and express her deepest fears. "There you are. Do you have any idea what your mother would have done to me if I lost you?" Henrietta was referring to Linda, Bruno's biological mother. Only then did the golden-haired princess notice Itami sitting next to the child, fawning over him. Henrietta suddenly realized that the boy had mistaken Itami as one of his mothers and quickly scolded him for being so careless. "Is this white hair mommy?" "Bruno, you are mistaken. Itami is not one of your mommies." After saying this, Henrietta bowed to Itami and asked for forgiveness. "I'm sorry if little Bruno caused you any trouble. I will make sure he doesn't do so again." Bruno was naturally confused as he looked between the two women. He was young enough not to fully understand the concept of polygamy. As far as he knew, every woman who was as beautiful as Itami and lived in the palace was one of his mothers. Thus, he could not understand why Henrietta was one of his mothers and Itami wasn't. Yet, he did not voice this thought and instead watched with wide eyes as Itami rose from her seat and assured Henrietta that she was fine with looking after the boy. "I assure you it is no trouble at all, Henrietta. Bruno approached me and said he was hungry, so I thought I would find him some food. Especially considering that you and Adela were busy with the other children, I actually enjoyed spending time with him. He's a well-behaved kid." Henrietta looked at Itami differently after hearing this. From her first impression, the Japanese Empress was a cold, stubborn woman who was overly aggressive and hardly agreeable. She had expected Itami to be unfit for motherhood. Yet, the albino beauty had cared for Bruno when no one else was nearby to do so. It also seemed that the boy enjoyed eating her cooking. Thus, Henrietta began to look at Itami in a new light and quickly sat down at the table, waiting for Bruno to finish his meal. Upon seeing this, Itami looked at Henrietta with curiosity and made a friendly gesture. "Are you hungry as well? There's still a bit left over from the batch I made. I'm sure you'll enjoy the food if you give it a try." Henrietta gazed at the strange-looking food for several moments, hesitant to try something so foreign. However, after seeing Bruno scarf it down, she ultimately nodded her head in curiosity. Before she could give Itami her answer, Bruno held up his bowl with big, round eyes and pleaded for seconds. "More, please." Itami smiled and ruffled the boy's hair before taking his bowl and platter back to the kitchen, where she prepared another serving for Bruno, this one a bit smaller than the first. She also used what remained of the food to prepare a serving for Henrietta. Once she had given the prince and princess their food, Itami sat down and examined their reactions. Henrietta, like Bruno, was hesitant to try the Japanese cuisine at first, but after doing so, she too fell in love with the meal, though she ate with a bit more grace than the young boy sitting next to her. After tasting the takoyaki, Henrietta could not help but give her compliments to the chef. "This is really good. What is it called?" Itami smiled, pleased that her cooking was so well appreciated, before listing the 3 dishes. "What you just ate was takoyaki. It's essentially a fried octopus dumpling. The ones on the right side of the platter are the same but with shrimp instead of octopus, they are called ebiyaki. As for the noodles, we call that tonkatsu." Henrietta seemed to have memorized the names, clearly enjoying the meal. After it was over, however, the German princess bade farewell to the Japanese empress. "Well, thank you for feeding Bruno, but it's about time I get him back to his siblings." Itami smiled and nodded in agreement before responding, "It was my pleasure." Just as Henrietta had grabbed Bruno's hand and started to lead him out of the room, the boy wrenched his grip away and ran towards Itami, hugging her tightly. The act shocked both the albino beauty and Henrietta. Bruno looked up at the Japanese empress with his round blue eyes and smiled. "Thanks, mommy." After saying this, he ran off with Henrietta, who scolded Bruno again. "What did I tell you? Itami is not your mother." However, Henrietta's lecture seemed to fall on deaf ears as Bruno smiled and waved to Itami one last time before disappearing down the corridor. Itami was left speechless, sitting in silence for several moments before finally responding, "White hair mommy, huh? I wonder why he thought I was his mother." Dismissing the idea as simple childish ignorance, Itami returned to her room, where she thought about all the things that had happened since she first arrived in Kufstein. By now, the war in her homeland was the least of her worries. Instead, the Japanese Empress struggled to cope with her rapidly changing worldview, a result of her time spent living with the Kaiser and his family. The walls were collapsing around Shiba as he tried desperately to maintain the empire Itami had built. The entire infrastructure of Japan had suffered repeated bombings, and without an influx of resources from their former colonies, the Empire of Japan was no longer capable of repairing what had been destroyed. Shiba stood in the middle of Itami's old bedroom. The Japanese Empress had left in such a hurry that most of her belongings remained. In Shiba's hand was a lace nightgown, which he held to his nose and breathed in deeply. The scent that Itami had left behind was comforting to him. After smelling the nightgown for several moments, Shiba flew into a fit of rage and tore it to pieces with his bare hands before tossing the scraps aside. The woman he loved had betrayed him. How could she not see that he was keeping her locked up for her own good? Instead, she had escaped to the Reich and submitted to the Kaiser with a proper kowtow. Shiba had no doubt that by now, Itami was serving that golden-haired bastard like a common whore. The very idea drove him to the brink of madness. Shiba began to breathe heavily as he tried to calm his nerves. Unbeknownst to him, another general who had supported Shiba in his coup d'etat had witnessed the entire scene. The man did not reveal himself until after the shogun had calmed down. "Sir, the Germans have begun dropping flyers across the Japanese mainland. They depict a photograph of Itami kowtowing before the Kaiser with the title, 'The Japanese Empress Surrenders.' By now, most citizens who can read know that the Empress is not under your protection and has instead escaped to the Reich. It appears in the pamphlets that the Germans have fabricated a story. They claim that all the war crimes and atrocities committed under Itami's reign were, in reality, your orders, and that the Empress had been nothing more than your puppet throughout her reign. This news has outraged the public, who are demanding restitution. Worse yet, rumors of weapon caches being airdropped into Japan are spreading, as the Germans seem to be supplying those malcontents who wish to rebel against your rule. If we do not act quickly, I fear we will have a full-scale revolution on our hands. Shiba did not respond for some time. Instead, he gazed upon the portrait of Berenger, which hung on the wall of Itami's bedroom. Why the Empress had a painting of her mortal enemy on her wall, Shiba did not know, but he felt as if the smug smile on Berenger's face was mocking him. Rather than respond to the general, Shiba unholstered his pistol and fired a magazine into the portrait's center. The echoes of gunfire resounded throughout the halls of the palace, causing the Imperial Guard to scramble towards the source. There, they saw a frustrated Shiba, pulling the trigger of his now empty handgun repeatedly, as if trying to vent his anger toward the portrait of the Kaiser. Only after Shiba dropped his pistol to the side did he scream at the intruders with all his might, "Leave us!" Perhaps disturbed by what they had witnessed, the members of the Imperial Guard fled the scene where Shiba had completely lost his composure. Once the shogun was alone with his general, Shiba glared at the man before giving him a command. "If the people wish to rebel against my rule, then we will just have to dispatch the Imperial Guard to deal with them. We pay those fools quite a bit to lounge around and eat to excess. Now is the time for them to prove their loyalty to the new regime. Hunt down these dissidents and kill them where they stand. Do not hesitate and show no mercy. Those are your orders. What are you still doing here?" The terrifying look in Shiba's eyes confirmed for the general that the shogun had lost his mind. However, he did not dare reject the orders. After all, what remained of the military was currently loyal to Shiba. However, this loyalty was fragile, and if one man disobeyed, it could spark a rebellion, embroiling all of Japan in a brutal and bloody civil war, where the old samurai clans fought with modern weaponry to determine who would sit upon the vacant throne. Just as the general was about to leave, Shiba called out to him with an intimidating tone. "Oh, I almost forgot. I want the German ambassador on the line by the time I get to the war room. If he isn't, you can kiss your head goodbye." Naturally, the general would do everything in his power to make this meeting possible. However, when Shiba finally made his way to the war room to take the call, he was surprised to find that it was not Gerhard's voice on the other end, but Itami's. Shiba's voice was stern as he spoke to the man as if she were scolding a child. "For the sake of the friendship we once had, I will give you one last chance, Shiba-kun. Tell your men to stand down and accept the terms of my surrender. Or don't blame me for starting a revolution that sees your head on a pike." There were many things Shiba wanted to say to Itami, but he struggled to find his voice. It was only after taking several seconds to collect his thoughts that Shiba unleashed a torrent of verbal abuse on the woman he had secretly longed for with all his heart. "Give me one last chance? Who do you think you're talking to? Do you honestly still believe that the people of Japan consider you our empress? You betrayed Japan and all its citizens when you ran off to become that white devil's plaything. You filthy whore. You always said that no man was good enough for you, and yet you kowtow before that bastard for all the world to see. How dare you call yourself our empress? You are nothing more than a common slut. I will not surrender until I have defeated my enemies and bound you to my side in perpetuity. If you wish to take back your throne, then you will have to fight for it. Let's see how much that golden-haired shit is willing to sacrifice so you can continue to play the role of an empress. You know where I am, so come at me, you foolish little girl." Despite his enraged actions, Shiba still wanted nothing more than to take Itami as his wife. He was convinced that all he had to do was defeat Berenger to ensure that the albino beauty would come crawling back to his side. However, the tone in Itami's voice when she responded was one of utter disgust and contempt as she said her farewells to a man who had once been one of her closest advisors. "You can consider this our last exchange. The next time you see me, I will be sitting back upon my throne, and you will be right where you belong, hanging on a cross, begging for death. Goodbye, Shiba-kun, and may the gods show you mercy, for you shall receive none from me." After saying this, Itami hung up, leaving Shiba more outraged than ever. Shiba immediately reacted in a fit of fury, trashing the radio in his rage. He then stared at the rest of the men in the war room with a fierce gaze before giving them their orders. Execute anyone who dares to show support for our traitorous Empress. The time has come to defend our homeland from these foreign invaders that she, who must not be named, has sided with. As for Itami, she sat in Berenger's war room with a sulking expression, though she shed no tears. She was very upset by Shiba's response. If there was one person she could consider a friend, it was Shiba, and yet the man had clearly been driven mad, though by what she did not know. Berenger was by Itami's side and quickly took off his headset. He had listened to the entire conversation and felt a bit bad for Itami after seeing the depressed look on her otherwise gorgeous face. He placed a hand on her shoulder and comforted her with words she did not expect to hear. You should not lament the loss of your friendship with that man. He was never truly your friend. He merely acted as such to get into your pants. Itami looked up and saw a warm expression on Berenger's face. Despite his kind words, she felt outraged at what she had heard and quickly vented her emotions on the man, who had made himself an easy target. What would you know? You don't know anything about Shiba. He was my friend. Berenger simply gazed at Itami with a stern expression before lecturing her on the nature of men. You're right, I do not know Shiba, or the extent of your relationship with him. However, what I do know is the nature of men. It may not have been your intention, but from the very beginning, you never considered a man like Shiba good enough to settle down with. Despite this, he had feelings for you, probably from the start. After all, you are an incredibly beautiful woman, even if your personality has its flaws. As a result, you pushed him into the friend zone. I'm honestly impressed by his tenacity. His willingness to sit by your side for so many years, just for a chance to be with you, is truly remarkable. It's a frustrating thing for a man to endure. He probably thought that if he won the Korean theater and defeated me in battle, you would consider him worthy of your hand in marriage. However, you ordered him to withdraw from Korea before he could mount a proper resistance and then denied him the glory of defending Tsushima in your honor. This ultimately saved his life. Despite this, he did not repay you as he should have. The moment you announced your intent to surrender to me, he realized he would never be able to prove himself as the man you desired. In his desperate mind, he thought I would fulfill that role. In that moment, he could no longer bear the thought of losing you to another man, especially one who had thoroughly defeated him at every turn. As a result, he imprisoned you so that you could not go through with the surrender, buying himself time to prove his worth by defeating me in what he perceived as an impending German invasion of the Japanese mainland. Unfortunately for him, he never got that chance, as I had you extracted back to the Reich for your safety and that of your family, as well as to end this bloody war once and for all. I bet there is still a part of him that wants to marry you, even after what he thinks you and I have done. But such hope is buried beneath the rage he now feels after what he perceives as your betrayal. Upon hearing Berenger's assessment, Itami was shocked. She had never even considered Shiba as a potential partner, and if what Berenger was saying was true, she had indeed pushed the man into the friend zone without a second thought. Though she felt pity for his collapsed mental state, which she was responsible for, it did not change her resolve. After a moment of silent reflection, Itami rose to her feet, her face set with determination. So what? None of that really matters. The fact is, Shiba has betrayed me, and is leading my people to the edge of the abyss. If we do not stop him, all of Japan will suffer for the sake of his wounded pride. I can't reclaim my throne alone, so I must rely on you from now on. Thank you for enlightening me about this sad reality. I dare say it has helped me move on from my grief. With that, Itami left the war room. She had better things to do than meddle in Berenger's plans, now that he was the only one capable of removing Shiba from power and reclaiming her throne. As for Berenger, his stern expression softened into one of interest as he watched Itami walk away. He sighed shortly thereafter, expressing his thoughts aloud. Seems like she is warming up to me. The sun shone brightly upon the von Kufstein royal palace, and as the light filtered through the crystal glass windows, it illuminated a familiar scene. Berenger lay naked under the sheets of his bed, alongside Adela and Henrietta, who clung tightly to his firm and muscular body. On this morning, all was well within the German nation, and Berenger opened his mismatched eyes to see the two golden-haired beauties by his side. A warm smile appeared on his lips as his gaze caught the sleeping expressions of his cousin and sister, who both had the grace of angels, even in their most vulnerable state. Berenger gently kissed the two women on the forehead before rising out of bed, and in doing so, awakened his bedmates from their slumber. Henrietta rubbed her azure blue eyes gently, trying to shake off her groggy state, while Adela gave her man a morning kiss. Seeing this, Henrietta began to pout before giving her brother a kiss of her own. This was a perfectly normal scene in the house of Kufstein, where Berenger shared an intimate relationship with his many wives and lovers. After getting up from the bed, Berenger haphazardly threw on his bathrobe, gave his girls a wink, and departed. Starting his day with a proper bath and a nice, warm meal was essential for the man who worked an average of 14 hours a day. After completing his morning rituals, Berenger found himself at work within the confines of his office, where he would spend the rest of his day. While Berenger started his day at the crack of dawn, Itami had an entirely different set of habits, which she practiced in the morning. Because there were very few activities for the Japanese Empress while in exile within the Reich, she often slept until noon. Upon waking, she would rise from her bed and take a bath. Once finished, Itami would descend to the dining hall, where the kitchen chefs had prepared meals she enjoyed from her homeland, along with a variety of local dishes. However, on this day, as Itami stepped into the bath, she noticed something unusual. She was not alone in the large pool. Instead, the red-headed beauty she recognized as Linda was being rather intimate with her favorite playmate. Itami peered through the mist of the private bathhouse, only to see a scandalous scene. Linda had her hands wrapped around Anuria's breasts and crotch, while passionately kissing her. This caused Itami to immediately become flustered, her ivory skin turning a pristine red. Despite wanting to look away, her attention was fixated on the couple and their intimate actions. Itami considered their relationship not only an act of adultery but also taboo. The scene only continued to become more intense until Itami could watch no longer and fled from the bath without alerting the others to her presence. She hastily dressed herself and rushed to Berenger's office. The receptionist sat outside his door with a pleasant smile on her pretty face. The woman glanced at the distraught expression on Itami's face and immediately became worried, pressing the button on her intercom to speak with her boss. Your Majesty, the Japanese Empress is here to see you and she looks rather distressed. Should I send her in? Berenger's voice was filled with a stoic tone as he nonchalantly replied to his receptionist. Sure, send her in. After that, the doors to his office unlocked, and Itami burst through, seeing Berenger signing away at a mountain of paperwork with a carefree expression. The man did not even look up at his guest as he responded calmly to her visit. So, what's gotten you so riled up today? Itami didn't have time to think about her words and instead quickly blurted out her thoughts without considering the potential ramifications. Your wife is cheating on you. When Berenger heard this, his pen came to a sudden halt, and he placed it down on his desk before gazing up at the albino beauty with a stern expression. Contrary to what Itami was expecting, Berenger spoke with a hint of intimidation in his voice. That's an awfully serious accusation. Do you have any proof of this claim? Itami couldn't tell why Berenger was so angry. She suspected that the very idea of one of his women being unfaithful had stoked his ire, so she calmed herself before making her next point clear and concise. I saw her, Linda. She was in the bath with a brunette girl, and they were doing unspeakable things. Berenger simply scoffed when he heard this and got back to his paperwork. As he did so, he calmly explained the situation to Itami, which she found unbelievable. You're referring to Anuria? Yes, I am quite aware of their relationship, and I have already given the two of them my seal of approval, so to speak. Itami was completely flabbergasted, gazing at Berenger with a look of bewilderment, as if what she had heard was completely and utterly insane. Thus, she was quick to voice her disbelief. You knew? And even accept it? Why? A slight smirk emerged on Berenger's face as he once more placed down his pen and stared at Itami with a smug expression. Well, aside from the obvious benefits of having bisexual wives, I have often found myself at war. Rather than worry about my women cheating on me with some knave while I am busy fighting in the trenches, I have encouraged them to experiment with each other as a way to satisfy their urges. It's not just Linda and Honoria. There's also Adela and Henrietta, who are quite fond of one another, as well as Yasmin and Priya. Quite often, while I am sharing a bed with one or two of my wives, the others are sleeping with each other. The relationship my women share is not a simple harem, but a sisterhood, which they take very seriously. So, while I am glad that your first instinct was to alert me to the first sign of infidelity, I assure you it is not a problem. I would rather have my wives and lovers be intimate with each other than constantly fighting amongst themselves for their position in my life. Now, if one of my women were to lie with another man, that would be a serious problem. Itami could hardly believe what she was hearing. Was the Kaiser's palace in reality a den of lust? The very idea that all the women by Berenger's side were also intimate with one another made her skin crawl. Berenger could see that the Japanese Empress was uncomfortable with his lifestyle and decided to do something about it. If it makes you that uncomfortable, I will tell my women to restrain themselves while in your vicinity, Itami said. She had known for some time that Berenger was living a polygamous lifestyle, but until now, she had never considered the possibility that he might share his bed with more than one of his wives at the same time. The very idea made the Japanese Empress feel as if she had just been dunked into a pool of filth. However, another thought crept into Itami's mind as she envisioned a scene where Berenger was with all 10 of his women at once, a fat smirk on her face. Yet this thought did not end there. Instead, Itami saw herself kneeling before the man's feet, naked, with only a collar and leash as her clothing. This perverted thought immediately caused the albino beauty's ivory skin to flush red, which Berenger noticed. However, he did not want to question what the woman standing in front of him was thinking to cause such a reaction. Thus, he picked up his pen and started writing again, waiting for Itami to emerge from her trance. After several moments of awkward silence, Itami shook her head to snap herself out of the vivid dream of perversion and found herself staring at Berenger, who was ignoring her presence entirely. Only after taking a deep breath to calm herself did the Japanese Empress respond to Berenger's previous statement. Very well, do that. After saying this, Itami swiftly departed from Berenger's office, slamming the door behind her. Once alone, Berenger set his pen down, formed his fingers into a triangle, and contemplated what he had just seen. For a moment, the eye of Horus reported a deep sense of attraction from the Japanese Empress. It was so overwhelming that Berenger had to avert his gaze. The powerful aura clearly indicated that Itami had thought of something perverted about him, and it had aroused her. In that moment, Berenger formulated the idea of taking Itami as his fifth and final wife, ensuring that the throne of Japan would pass to his future descendants. How would he achieve this? By continuing to behave toward Itami as he had since their first encounter. After all, it was clearly working in his favor. It had been nearly a month since Itami first entered exile and found herself living in the home of the man she once considered her most bitter enemy. In this time, she had seen and experienced many things that changed her perspective on the Kaiser. Berenger was much more than Itami had ever believed him to be before meeting him. He was not the monster she had expected. In fact, all the rumors she had heard from various sources turned out to be false. The Kaiser was not a vicious warlord who drank blood from a skull chalice, nor was he a rapacious fiend who took advantage of young girls. If anything, Berenger appeared to be the opposite. He was a loving husband and father, and a caretaker of his people. The way the common folk treated their monarch within the boundaries of the German Empire was unlike anything Itami had ever seen before, in this life or the one prior. Each day, Itami grew more intrigued by her host and began silently following him through the halls to gain a better understanding of his character. While Berenger noticed the presence of the Japanese Empress, he ignored her and continued with his daily life. Itami thought about Berenger more than she thought about Julian. No longer was the albino beauty sulking in her bedroom, talking to a pillow as if it were a living being. As time passed, her delusions about her non-existent love interest became less frequent. However, this blissful existence did not last long. When Itami realized that Julian had faded from her mind, at least temporarily, she felt a great sense of remorse, as if she had done something horrible to the man she yearned for. Thus, today, after nearly a month of general happiness, the Japanese Empress entered a state of solitude and depression. Berenger did not notice this unusual behavior. After all, he worked an average of 14 hours a day, sometimes more, and when he wasn't in the office, he was spending time with his family. Thus, it came as a sudden surprise when he had two uninvited guests at his office. Itami Momo and Mibu Saya stood outside Berenger's office, arguing with his receptionist, who was following the orders she had been given by her boss, that he should not be disturbed under any circumstances. Eventually, the conflict became so loud that Berenger's voice interrupted the heated debate via the intercom. "Just let them in." The receptionist had a bit of fear on her face, suspecting she might be fired for allowing her boss to be interrupted by these two foreign women, but she ultimately did as commanded and allowed Momo and Mibu access to the Kaiser's office. Contrary to what the women expected, a gentle expression appeared on BR on his face, a gentle BR_. BER his gentle guests inside. Trouble welcoming guests. Inside, there was a gentle expression on Berenger's face as he invited them guests inside. Room. Them two visitors. Orders. Server guests, allow thing to break. Same. The two of them. Drink to be able. I'm them busy taken, interrupt into taken point 40, and two is the guestly, retry or given a gift for two drinks, and we discuss it in private? The alcohol had taken the edge off, before pouring two wine_s, the two uninvited guests stood _n compliment, other 20th century the necessary amount of drink guests Madindar was busy guest es face before smiling a gentle expression and them frustrated inside. Permit these to two with the cane glass outside their two and guests moved in the door accepted enough and reaction of alcohol had calmed things down, the possible had taken its thence guests came as a surprise. The women had expected. Quickly broke the ice with a kind-hearted tone in his voice, gotten this deep emotion, have cal or disturbed them ceiling, her anti-BR time them further, able new guests' face. He ability to face was not, row spoken, delegate to calm once answered, heavy sigh from the eldest of the two finally spoke with a heavy sigh. It's about my daughter. Berenger naturally assumed she meant Itami Ryo, not Momo, who was sitting in front of him. I'm assuming you mean Itami-chan. What about her? Even though Momo and Ryo shared the same surname, Berenger usually referred to the elder sister by that name, especially after Momo insisted he call her by her first name. Seeing they were on the same page, Mibu sighed again before explaining her request. My daughter is very temperamental. Every once in a while, she enters a state of depression and secludes herself, drinking heavily. Right now, she is going through one of these phases, and I was hoping you could cheer her up. Berenger's mind immediately turned to mental illness. If Itami was experiencing frequent mood swings leading to severe depression, it was possible she was suffering from a psychiatric disorder, such as bipolar disorder. However, psychology was still in its infancy, and he was no expert, so he couldn't make a diagnosis. Instead, his question was filled with concern, something neither Mibu nor Momo had anticipated. How frequent are these mood swings? When did they begin? How long do they last? Do either of you know what could have triggered them? Mibu and Momo looked at each other for a moment, as if communicating telepathically, before Momo finally answered. This has been going on for a few years now. I will say that Wani-chan was never like this before her ascension as Empress. For a while, we did not live with her in the palace, so we don't really know what could have caused these sudden bouts of depression. However, they were definitely debilitating. These mood swings can last anywhere from a few hours to a few weeks. We have tried everything to cheer her up when this happens, but nothing has ever worked. Berenger's expression was grave, as if he had assumed the worst about Itami's mental health. Perhaps the stress of the job had gotten to her, and she had suffered a mental breakdown. It was impossible to tell, since all he knew about psychology came from self-study through internet sources in his past life. However, it was the last thing Momo said that made Berenger raise his brow in curiosity. If nothing has ever made your sister feel better, then what exactly do you expect me to do? This time, it was Mibu who spoke, looking at Berenger with a pleading gaze. Honestly? My daughter seems happiest these days when she is spending time with you. I've never seen her grow so attached to another person who wasn't a family member. We were hoping that, at the very least, you could try to cheer her up for us. Berenger contemplated this for several seconds before sighing heavily, as if the very idea had exhausted him. However, his response was contrary to what the two women expected. "Very well, I won't make any promises about whether I can actually help your daughter with her depression, but I will make an attempt." A look of glee appeared on both Momo's and Mibu's faces as they hugged Berenger and kissed him on the cheek to thank him. However, Berenger simply ignored these gestures and departed from his office in haste, leaving the two women behind to speak about their conspiracy in silence. "If Ryo doesn't react to even this, then I'm afraid she will be single forever." Momo smiled and shook her head at her mother before speaking of her hopes with bright eyes. "I have a good feeling that even Wani-chan won't be able to resist such a kind gesture." Thus, Berenger had, without even realizing it, been manipulated by Itami's loved ones into pursuing her. By having Berenger help Itami overcome her depression, Momo and Mibu hoped she would fall head over heels for him and finally move on from whatever weighed so heavily in her heart. When Berenger opened the bag that contained the plushie, he saw it was a white fox, which immediately reminded him of the Japanese goddess Inari. This raised the question of whether Itami had actually encountered this world's gods or if she was still unaware of their existence. However, it did not matter much in the grand scheme of things, and Berenger pushed such thoughts to the back of his mind. He then approached the door to the room where Itami had been granted for the duration of her stay in Kufstein. Just as he was about to enter, he heard whimpering from within. Taking a deep breath, he gently knocked. "Itami-chan, are you in there? I wanted to speak with you for a moment." The sobbing abruptly stopped. As Berenger waited for the door to open, he accurately envisioned the albino beauty wiping her eyes. The instant his thought concluded, the door opened to reveal the Japanese Empress, her makeup streaked down her face. Itami was clearly distressed and was about to scold Berenger for the interruption when she noticed the gifts in his hands. She tilted her head, clearly puzzled, and asked, "Are those for me?" Berenger wore a gentle smile as he nodded, then pushed his way into the room. He saw that Itami's bed was in disarray, as if she had thrown the covers off herself when she came to the door. Inside, Berenger set the white fox plushie and the box of chocolates on the bed, then expressed his concern about her state. "Your mother and sister said you weren't feeling well, so I brought these gifts to cheer you up. If you don't want to see me right now, I understand." Itami gazed at the white fox plushie, which immediately reminded her of her brief contact with the kami Inari. However, she did not know if Berenger was aware that the ancient deities existed in this world, so she decided to remain quiet about these thoughts. Instead, she sat down on the bed beside Berenger, signaling that he was free to stay. After carefully examining the plushie for some time, Itami held it against her chest, as if its fuzzy exterior helped warm her broken heart. Berenger remained silent for a while before finally speaking his thoughts. "I don't know what you could have gone through to end up in this state, but your mother and sister say this behavior of yours is quite common and has been going on for some time. If you want someone to talk to about whatever is upsetting you, I wouldn't mind listening." Itami wiped the tears pooling in her eyes and shook her head. There was no way Berenger could understand what she was going through, although he too had reincarnated into this world. He had clearly said he had no one in his past life who really cared about him, or more specifically, no one who actually cared about him. However, since he was the only person in this world in a similar situation, she felt as if she could finally express her lament. With a heavy sigh, Itami opened up to Berenger. "You wouldn't really understand, but I guess you're probably the only person who can hear my story without thinking I'm a complete nutter. The reason I've been so depressed these past few years is because of my past life. When I was in college, I really liked this guy, even though he didn't seem to understand my feelings. However, I never actually told him how I felt, partly out of fear that he would reject me and also because I knew my parents would never have approved of him. Not because he was a bad person, but because he came from a lower-class background, while my parents were from the upper class. They were very strict about finding me a wealthy man to marry. Anyway, we drifted apart after he graduated from university, and before I could reach out to him, he was killed in the war. It was only after his death that I realized how foolish I had been, and I grieve for him even to this day. Eventually, I listened to the advice of my friends and family and tried to move on. My superior at work was showing interest, and I figured I might as well give him a chance. Our relationship did not last long, because before we could even kiss, one of my peers murdered me out of envy. After being reincarnated into this world and having the chance to reflect on that life, I realized that I did not even care for my superior, and I was just going through the motions, trying to appear normal so that my friends and family would stop pressuring me to put myself out there. I still miss him to this day, and I often think about what could have been. Berenger remained silent for a long time after hearing Itami's story. He could easily surmise from her last sentence that she truly cared for this man. Contrary to what Itami had expected, Berenger simply scoffed and shook his head before sharing his thoughts. I had something similar happen to me. I don't like to think about it because it leaves me with an overwhelming sense of dread. However, since you've shared your story, I might as well tell you mine. While I was in college, I knew a girl whom I initially considered more of a nuisance than a friend. Despite that, we spent a considerable amount of time together and grew quite close. After I graduated, I ended up in the army and was killed in a pointless war without ever realizing how she felt. However, I doubt she mourned my death or was even aware of it, since we lost contact shortly after I graduated. By the time I died, she had probably already moved on. Itami glanced up at Berenger with a look of pity on her face. In a way, they were one and the same, but the primary difference was that Berenger had moved on quickly and taken a whole harem of lovers, while she remained perpetually alone. This realization prompted the Japanese Empress to inquire about the last thing the Kaiser had said. Wait a second. Something doesn't add up with your story. If you never knew how she felt in your past life, then how did you realize that this girl had feelings for you? Berenger chuckled slightly before responding with a satisfactory answer. Well, for starters, I have a really good memory. But aside from that, a few years back, I had a dream about the day I graduated, where this girl was in the stands watching me receive my diploma. There was a certain look on her face, which I instantly remembered from times when she thought I wasn't looking. In my past life, I was too inexperienced with women to understand what this gaze meant, but by the time I had this dream, or memory, I knew all too well what the look in her eyes meant. Perhaps it was my subconscious mind twisting the reality of what had occurred that day, but after the dream, I looked back into my memories and confirmed that she had indeed looked at me that way quite often. Itami broke out into a fit of giggles when she heard this. For whatever reason, she could not control her laughter. However, the tears that once stained her eyes were now dry, as she remembered all the time she had stared at Julian in that exact same way Berenger had described. Eventually, Berenger joined in the laughter and responded with a self-deprecating remark. I was pretty fucking stupid, wasn't I? Itami made a gesture with her hands as if she were measuring his stupidity. Just a little. It's okay, the guy I had feelings for was the same exact way. As dense as a Japanese harem protagonist. Berenger forced himself to calm his laughter, or else he might choke. He then made another self-deprecating remark. Oh, believe me, I was worse. But I'm glad to see you smiling. You should really do it more often. You look a lot prettier when you're happy. This remark caught Itami by surprise, and her ivory skin immediately flushed red with embarrassment. She looked away from Berenger, knowing that if she continued to stare at his handsome face, she might be compelled to kiss him. Seeing that Itami was no longer in her depressed state, Berenger stood up from the bed and offered his hand to her with a welcoming smile. Come on, let's go get some fresh air. I think you've been cooped up in here long enough. For a split second, Itami internally debated whether this was a good idea. However, she subconsciously grabbed Berenger's hand and was pulled to her feet before she had a chance to properly decide. Seeing she had already come so far, the albino beauty decided to take a chance and followed the Kaiser out of his palace toward an unknown destination. Itami took Berenger's hand without even thinking, and before she knew it, she was already in the car, driving through town with the world's most powerful man by her side. Unlike nearly all previous times Berenger and Itami had been together, there were no children to worry about, nor any other women for the Japanese Empress to contend with. Though a quiet voice in the back of Itami's mind reprimanded her for cheating on Julian, she felt it was more of a nuisance than a voice of conscience. After all, Berenger shared many of Julian's best qualities, but without the defects. If there was one thing the albino beauty had a problem with, it was Berenger's polygamous lifestyle, but each passing day made her more tolerant of it. Berenger had something special in mind for his date with Itami, something not necessarily high profile, but something to help her cheer up. Thus, he took her to the local carnival, a place he had visited with Linda and his other women on multiple occasions. As they stepped out of the car, all eyes were on Berenger and Itami. Berenger was dressed relatively casually in denim jeans, cavalry boots, a cotton dress shirt open at the collar, and a leather jacket. His hair, left deliberately messy, lacked its usual formal slickness. If not for his mismatched eyes, no one would have recognized him as the Kaiser of the German Reich. Itami, in a white lace cocktail dress and matching slippers, was instantly noticeable in the crowd due to her albinism and foreign features. In fact, nearly everyone who saw her knew at a glance that she was the exiled Empress of Japan. However, rather than looking at her with disgruntled expressions, the German people instead showed pity. By now, the German propaganda machine was in full effect, and to the people of Germany, Itami had been portrayed as a puppet for the self-declared shogun. The entire war with Germany and all other past aggressions had been effectively pinned on Shiba, with Itami being seen as a mere figurehead. As a result, the German people felt more sympathy than hatred toward the albino beauty. Once outside, Itami's eyes lit up as she gazed upon the bright, flashing lights of the carnival, along with its many games, rides, and prizes. Like a kid in a candy shop, Itami immediately felt gleeful. Memories of her past life filled her head, and she instantly dragged Berenger off his feet toward the nearest game. Specifically, she recalled the time she and Julian had gone to the carnival with a group of her friends. A strength test was nearby, with a local carny hollering at the crowd to try his machine. Step right up, step right up. Come on, come all and prove your strength. If you can pass this test, you will be able to select one of these fabulous prizes. The prizes ranged from little trinkets to plushies. Although Itami had just received a stuffed fox from Berenger, her eyes were immediately drawn to an exceptionally large teddy bear. She slowly tugged at Berenger's sleeve, with a shy expression on her face as she took in the giant plushie in all its glory. Berenger did not notice immediately, but after a few attempts by the Japanese Empress, he looked down and saw an eerily familiar expression on her pretty face. A memory of the time AI had asked him to win a similar prize flooded his mind, causing him to look away with a slight pain on his face. Itami did not notice this, as she too looked away, too embarrassed to say what was on her mind. Yet, as she tugged at Berenger's sleeve, she mustered the courage and muttered under her breath the same words AI had once spoken to him in his past life. Please, can you win that bear for me? In that past life, Berenger had failed to win AI the stuffed bear. But seeing Itami with the same embarrassed expression on her face, Berenger could not stand idly by. He immediately took off his jacket and handed it to Itami, then rolled up his sleeves and approached the carny. There was a look of utter disbelief on the carny's face as he saw the Kaiser approaching him with a rather intimidating glare in his mismatched eyes. Berenger was determined to win that stuffed bear, and if his physically enhanced body could not win this contest of strength, it was clearly rigged, and he would have this man behind bars by night's end. Berenger reached out his hand and said 2 words to the carny, who stammered constantly. Hammer, now. The carny did not even dare ask Berenger for a ticket and instead handed him the hammer. Berenger lifted it high into the air and slammed it down on the platform with all his might. A loud ping rang through the air as the platform was struck by the sledgehammer, causing the puck embedded in the machine to shoot up to its maximum height. To everyone's shock, the puck did not stop there but instead shot straight through the top of the strength machine and flew into the air, landing at the nearby pier and plunging into the river. A completely defeated expression appeared on the carny's face as Berenger handed him his ticket, which he had forgotten to give before demanding the extra-large, fluffy white bear as his prize. The bear. The carny was left speechless as he handed the large stuffed bear to Berenger, who lifted it up with one hand before giving it to Itami. Like the carny, Itami was utterly speechless. The albino beauty's sanguine eyes were wide with shock. However, as Berenger approached her with the bear, his frightening expression softened to one of warmth and kindness. For you. I hope you treasure it always. Even Berenger was slightly embarrassed by the cheesy words he had spoken. However, Itami was already hugging the bear with all her strength and did not notice. Her heart fluttered for the first time since she had last seen Julian. Even she did not know what compelled her to act, but she stood on her tiptoes and just barely managed to kiss Berenger on the cheek before hiding behind the large white bear to conceal her flushed face. Itami's actions surprised Berenger so much that he, too, was left speechless for a few moments before awkwardly changing the subject. "How about we go get some snacks? Do you like kettle corn?" Itami finally stopped hiding her face and silently nodded, still completely flushed with embarrassment from what she had just done. However, Berenger found the inexperienced side of the Japanese Empress to be cute, and he smiled before grabbing her hand and leading her to a snack cart where a variety of popcorns were being served. There was popcorn with butter, cheddar, white cheddar, kettle corn, caramel corn, chocolate popcorn, and s'mores popcorn. There were so many different types that even Berenger had a hard time deciding what he wanted. Ultimately, he decided on chocolate popcorn, as Itami pointed to it with great interest. Thus, he purchased a large bag of chocolate popcorn, and the two of them snacked on it as they walked toward the pier to gaze upon the river. As Berenger and Itami leaned against the railing, snacking on chocolate popcorn, Itami finally broke the silence, gazing upon the river, which glistened under the full moon. "I could never traverse the streets of Heiankyo without an escort. However, you can walk among your own people so effortlessly, and the most they will do is come up to you and thank you for your hard work. This place, your empire, is exactly how I envisioned Japan would be under my reign, except with less Western influence and more Japanese traditions. However, I have utterly failed to bring about such an advanced civilization. I have failed as a ruler in more ways than I can count, and shamefully, I used to blame all my mistakes on you. But it was me who overreacted to the news of someone like myself existing in the world, causing all the problems Japan now faces. How can I ever live with myself, knowing how many lives were lost because of my ego? Will I ever be able to redeem myself in the eyes of the gods?" Itami asked, her expression sullen as she set the giant teddy bear on the ground and looked down at her feet. Berenger had expected the trip to cheer her up, but it seemed she was back where she started. He then grabbed her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze, and expressed his beliefs. "You will be able to redeem yourself. I will help you regain your throne, and together we will fix every mistake you have ever made. It's true that thousands have perished in pursuit of a dream that may never come to fruition, but with the aid of the Reich, Japan will become a modern nation that won't have to waste resources on defense. Your entire economy can be dedicated to the benefit of your people. You can't change what you have already done, but you can move forward and improve the lives of your citizens, making their sacrifices mean something. And I will be there with you every step of the way." Tears flooded Itami's face, and without thinking, she buried her head in Berenger's chest, wrapping her arms around him. She let out all the sorrows that had plagued her for years. Berenger accepted her embrace, hugging her tightly and kissing the top of her forehead. He didn't know why, but after getting to know Itami, she reminded him so much of the girl he had let go years ago. In that moment, Berenger silently vowed to himself that he would not repeat the mistakes he had made with AI and would nurture this fragile relationship blooming between himself and the Japanese Empress. Itami sat in the back of Berenger's limousine, a flustered expression on her pretty face. By her side was the man she had just been on a date with. No matter how the young Japanese Empress tried to interpret the night's events, she could only conclude that it had indeed been a date. The very idea that she would date the man she once saw as her nemesis was quite bewildering. Over the course of a month, Berenger had transformed from a hated enemy to the object of Itami's affections. Yet, she did not dare reveal how much fun she had at the carnival, nor would she even hint that she would enjoy another outing with the man beside her. She found it difficult to reach for his hand as he smoked a cigarette out the window. Inch by inch, Itami's delicate fingers slowly moved toward Berenger's hand until they finally overlapped. This sparked a slight reaction from the man, who finished his drag before glancing over at the albino beauty. With a charming smile, he took hold of Itami's hand, remaining silent. Thus, the Japanese Empress and the German Kaiser did not say a word, staring into each other's eyes until the vehicle pulled into the palace driveway. Once the door opened, Berenger stepped out and helped Itami to her feet. They then proceeded up the steps to the doorway. Knowing that the date was truly over, Itami realized this was her last chance to express her thoughts. With a meek voice and an averted gaze, the Japanese Empress declared her feelings aloud. "I had a wonderful time tonight. Thank you for everything. Berenger could only smile as he gazed at the flustered appearance of the albino beauty. In this moment, it was as if all the bitter disputes they had previously engaged in had never occurred. Instead, the Empress of Japan had turned out to be a rather delightful young woman, once she had been properly humbled. Seeing this as a good opportunity to permanently imprint himself into Itami's memory, Berenger did something unexpected. He gently grabbed the albino beauty's dainty chin and kissed her softly. The act shocked Itami to the core of her being, yet she did not refuse the man's advances. Before the couple could enjoy themselves in the throes of their passion, the doors to the palace swung wide open, revealing Linda, who gazed upon the two with a confident smirk on her gorgeous face. As Berenger pulled away from Itami's lips, he noticed her face had become beet red. She quickly hid her embarrassment within the palms of her hands, muttering a single phrase over and over again, "My first kiss." As for Linda, she immediately felt the need to mark her territory and thus mocked Itami openly, with a hint of irritation in her voice. "You call that a kiss?" After saying this, the red-headed beauty grabbed the back of Berenger's head and kissed him with a level of passion and experience that Itami had utterly lacked. With a confident smirk, Linda proclaimed her superiority. "Now that's a proper kiss." Naturally, the young Empress of Japan noticed Linda's actions and gazed in horror through her fingers. Just one look at the albino beauty would reveal that she had been overstimulated by the scene. First, she had been kissed by a man, and then, in the next moment, that same man was kissed more passionately by another woman. Such a thing was simply unbelievable, and rather than stay and fight for her position in Berenger's heart, the albino beauty scurried off through the halls of the palace to her room, where she instantly locked the door behind her. Berenger chuckled once Itami was gone, then swatted Linda's plump ass with his open palm. A slight yelp erupted from the red-headed beauty's lips as she gazed at her husband with a fierce glint in her eyes. Berenger chuckled at this before scolding her. "You just couldn't help yourself, could you? Everything was going great between Itami and me, but you just had to mark your territory." Linda's gorgeous face showed an intense expression as she gazed in the direction where Itami had run. She then spoke in a voice so low that Berenger almost missed it. Someone had to put that naive little girl in her place. Berenger chuckled again, thinking that Linda was being her usual playful self. He petted her strawberry blonde hair while holding her in his arms and expressed his love for her. "Yes, yes. You're my number one." Contrary to what Berenger expected, Linda did not laugh off this remark, as she usually did whenever he acquired a new woman. There was something serious in her sky-blue eyes, as if she had suddenly felt threatened by Itami for some unknown reason. Her words were callous and foreboding before she stormed off in a fit. "And don't you forget it." While Berenger puzzled over what had come over Linda and why she had acted so strangely, Itami had locked herself in her room, where she sat on her bed with the arms of her giant teddy bear wrapped around her. Though her face was still rather red from embarrassment, the events of the entire night had not escaped her mind. On more than one occasion, Itami touched her lips, checking if she could still feel the sensation of Berenger's kiss. She continued to contemplate her feelings for both Berenger and Julian in silence for some time before a slight knock sounded at her door, followed by a voice she knew all too well. "Wani-chan, are you all right? Can I come in?" It took Itami several seconds to recognize that Momo had come to check on her. After a moment of silence, she rushed to the door and opened it. What awaited Momo was not what she had expected. If Momo could compare her elder sister to any animal, she would say that Itami was like a lioness, always strong, confident, and capable. However, in this moment, Itami resembled a frightened rabbit, poking her head out the door with a flushed face and glazed eyes. Naturally, Momo became concerned and forced her way into the room, asking her elder sister what had happened to reduce her to such a state. "Wani-chan, what happened? Are you all right?" Itami sank back onto her bed, still lost in thought as she nodded her head, reminiscing about the night's events. This only made Momo more concerned. Assuming the worst, Momo was quick to voice her fears. "Did he hurt you in any way?" Itami slowly shook her head before expressing the thought that still consumed her mind. He kissed me." Momo's expression immediately shifted from concern to glee as she hugged Itami and squealed with excitement. "Are you serious? What happened? I want to know everything." Itami spent the next hour vividly recounting everything that had transpired between her and Berenger that day. By the end, Momo was so excited that she was pacing around the room, voicing her thoughts aloud. Even Itami was taken aback by Momo's sudden burst of intelligence. "This is really good. I didn't expect your relationship to progress so quickly, but this is great for us. And by US, I mean all of Japan. I've been talking to Yasmin and Anuria. They both say that after marrying Berenger, the quality of life in their homelands improved dramatically. Berenger seems more than happy to help the kingdoms where his wives come from. While both the Byzantine and Iberian empires had a hard-fought road to success, Japan is different. We have no more wars to fight after we end Shiba's reign of terror. Every bit of German investment will go into rebuilding what has been destroyed. I heard that Berenger gave 50 billion marks to one of his concubines so she could build a kingdom of her own in Crimea. He will be a lot more generous to a lawful wedded wife, don't you think?" Itami was flabbergasted by her little sister's remarks. Lawful wife? Who is she talking about? It only dawned on Itami that Momo was speaking about her when the girl grabbed her hands and expressed her next thought. "I can't wait for the wedding. Where do you think we should hold it, here or in Japan?" "Oh, I think you will look absolutely fabulous in one of those German white wedding gowns, don't you think?" Suddenly, the dots connected in Itami's mind. Momo was insisting she and Berenger get married. But that could never happen, could it? Thus, she was quick to voice her disbelief. "Me and Berenger? Married? Have you gone mad, Momo? Obviously, that could never happen." Momo's expression shifted from one of complete excitement to a look of pity, as if she were looking at a particularly dull child. With a heavy sigh, Momo shook her head and spoke aloud once more. "How dense are you?" Itami immediately took offense at the idea of being dense. After all, if there was one quality about Julian that Itami hated most, it was his denseness, which she compared to a neutron star. Therefore, the Japanese Empress quickly fired back at her younger sister, who was still looking at her as if she were a dullard. "What do you mean? I'm not dense. There are good reasons why Berenger and I can't get married." Despite Itami's protests, Momo simply raised her brow and responded with a challenge. "Name one." For perhaps the first time in Itami's life, she was left utterly speechless by her little sister's intelligence. It was true, she did not have a single logical explanation for why she should not marry Berenger. Instead, there were quite a few reasons Itami immediately thought of that explained why she should marry him. Thus, she sat there stammering for several seconds like an idiot before Momo cut her off. "See? You can't. I don't understand, One-chan. You like him, don't you? I mean, I haven't seen you this happy in years, and it's all because of Berenger. So why wouldn't you want to marry him? Obviously, he likes you, so why are you so hesitant about the idea?" Itami knew exactly why she was hesitant about marrying Berenger, but she couldn't express this concern to her little sister. Thus, she sighed heavily before asking for some peace and quiet. "Momo, I need some time to think. Can you please leave me alone for a bit?" Momo could tell that her elder sister was about to go through a significant change, so she decided not to bother Itami any further. With a brief hug, she departed, leaving behind some heartfelt words. "Get some rest, One-chan. You deserve it." That night, Itami went to bed thinking about all the things she had lost over the years and the prospect of entering into a serious and committed relationship with a man who was not Julian. The days following Berenger's first date with Itami at the carnival were marked by unexpected changes around the palace. Seemingly out of nowhere, Itami had become much more cheerful and even began helping out around the house. When she wasn't cooking delicious Japanese dishes for Berenger and his family, she found excuses to speak with him. These conversations often ended in some harmless flirting and mild kissing. Despite his desire to strip the albino beauty from her dress and have his way with her, Berenger restrained himself, coming across as a proper gentleman. Linda, however, was rather upset with the sudden shift in Berenger and Itami's relationship. Though the Queen Spider could not explain why she felt a sudden hint of danger from the Japanese Empress, her intuition was seldom wrong, and she kept a watchful eye on her husband's latest fancy. Despite her efforts, Linda could not find any reason to explain her sense of anxiety. While Berenger and Itami's relationship blossomed, the war with Japan reached a new height. In the wake of German propaganda efforts, a group of common citizens gathered outside the palace, demanding to see the young empress. Shiba gazed out the window of the Japanese palace with a look of contempt, reading the signs of the protesters, which were written in red ink. "Free the Empress! Down with the usurper!" These were just a few of the slogans the Japanese peasants shouted as they demanded to see their empress, Itami Ryo. Shiba watched the protesters for some time, his hands curling into fists. After witnessing enough dissent, he turned away from the window, immediately met by the head of the Imperial Guard. A feral look appeared in Shiba's dark eyes as he screamed at Oteji Kayatsun for his failures. "I thought I said that I wanted everyone who openly supported the exiled empress to be executed for treason. Why are there now thousands of people gathered outside the palace demanding to see Itami? Should you not have beheaded them already?" Oteji bowed his head as he responded to the shogun's fury with a shameful look on his face. "Your Highness, I have given the orders to round up and imprison those who dared to question your legitimacy. However, many of the men in the Imperial Guard are die-hard members of Itami's cult. When they heard the order to act against the exiled empress and her loyal followers, they abandoned their posts and fled to the countryside. It also doesn't help that the Germans are producing propaganda that portrays the exiled empress as a pure maiden who was used as a puppet for the vain ambitions of a tyrant. They even say that you were the true mastermind behind the previous royal family's demise and that everything Japan has done since then has been under your orders. If the enemy is to be believed, then Itami has always been a simple figurehead. Despite our best efforts to counter these claims, more and more people are demanding to see Itami. We simply do not have the resources to execute them all. In fact, the more we persecute these people, the more the German propaganda seems legitimate in the eyes of the public." Shiba did not take this news well. Itami had fled from his side to that bastard Berenger and no doubt had already submitted to him thoroughly. There was no denying this fact. After all, she was happily obliging with the German propaganda, which she knew to be false. The very idea that Itami had become physically intimate with another man drove Shiba mad. Perhaps it was this thought that compelled him to give the following orders, which would forever leave their dark mark on Japanese history. "How many men do you have that are loyal to me, here in Heiankyo?" Oteji had no idea what Shiba was thinking, but he answered quickly. "Around 1,000, maybe 2. Shiba turned his back to the windows where the protesters were visible. A cruel smile emerged on his face as he gave an unthinkable order to the head of the Imperial Guard. "That is more than enough. Gather them here at the palace and have them dispose of these traitors properly. Needless to say, lethal force is authorized." Oteji shuddered at the thought of such violence. He had done everything in his power to secretly ensure that the men and women accused of being traitors for supporting Itami were given fair trials, despite being among the first to betray the exiled empress. Although he was a traitor, Oteji would never condemn unarmed civilians to a horrible death without a valid reason. There were thousands of men and women gathered in the streets outside the palace, peacefully protesting against the current regime. The fact that Shiba wanted to use lethal force as their first option to remove them proved that he had completely lost his mind. At this moment, Oteji decided to take a stand and openly refused Shiba's insane orders. "Absolutely not. I may not be the most moral man on the planet, but massacring thousands of our unarmed citizens simply because they are concerned about Itami? Have you gone mad? Do you really expect my men to commit such a heinous act? These are our people, not some filthy savages in some foreign land. If you do this, you will be remembered in history exactly as the Germans portray you." "I will have no part." Before Oteji could finish his speech, Shiba withdrew his pistol from its holster and fired a single shot straight through the man's forehead, killing the highest-ranking member of the Imperial Guard on the spot. The moment he did so, a group of Imperial Guardsmen rushed to the scene and saw their boss lying dead in a pool of his own blood and brain matter. The gun in Shiba's hand was still smoking as he pointed it toward the group of soldiers, who struggled to come to terms with what they were witnessing. After several moments of awkward silence, Shiba raised his brow and gave commands to the highest-ranking officer present. "Congratulations, you are the new leader of the Imperial Guard. If you do not wish to share the same fate as your predecessor, I suggest you follow my orders without question. First, dispose of this trash, and then gather all the men you can manage and eliminate the traitors who have gathered outside my gates in an act of rebellion." The officer remained still, gazing upon the corpse of his superior while the shogun continued to point the smoking gun in his direction. In the end, he decided to forego his honor and salute Shiba, following his orders to the letter. "Yes, sir." After saying this, the new leader of the Imperial Guard motioned for his men to clean up Otagi's corpse before rallying all the troops he could manage at the palace. Once both tasks were completed, he stepped forward among the ranks of his fellow soldiers, who pointed their semi-automatic rifles toward the crowd of protesters. The protesters, perhaps in an act of hubris, remained standing still, spitting upon the Imperial Guardsmen and shouting their slogans. They were so rowdy that none of them noticed the tear forming in the officer's eyes nor the apology he whispered before giving the order to kill them all. "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Open fire." Nobody could have anticipated that the untested members of the Imperial Guard would flip their rifles' safeties off and unload their magazines into the large crowd of unarmed civilians, who were merely protesting peacefully. Yet, that is exactly what happened. Before anyone could react, hundreds of men and women lay dead in the streets. Blood-curdling screams followed the echoes of gunfire as hundreds of Japanese citizens dropped dead in the center of Heiankyo. Even after the Imperial Guard's guns ran dry, they simply reloaded and continued to fire upon the scattering protesters. They did not stop there but actively pursued the crowd, gunning down anyone they saw, even those who had not participated in the protest. By the time the sun went down, nearly 3,000 Japanese citizens lay dead in the capital. Unbeknownst to Shiba, who watched the events unfold from the safety of his palace, German agents had recorded the entire massacre with their camcorders. In a few days, the violence of that day would be used in German propaganda to prove to not only the Japanese but the entire world that Shiba was everything the Germans had claimed him to be. In a way, this exonerated Itami of all the crimes she had been previously accused of. As for Itami's reaction to the massacre, the moment she saw Shiba open fire on the unarmed protesters, she felt compelled to do more than sit back and funnel propaganda into her homeland. The specific measures she would take to achieve this, however, are a story for another time. It did not take long for footage of the Heiankyo massacre to reach the Reich. By then, the German Empire had mastered the means of smuggling resources and people in and out of Japan. When Itami and Berenger first saw the tape, they were horrified. While both monarchs had blood on their hands, neither had ever ordered their troops to fire on their own civilians, especially not to suppress a peaceful protest. For Itami, who had neglected her people for most of her reign, this was the final straw. The guilt she felt, especially after seeing the civilization Berenger had built, was overwhelming. She had unified Japan to advance her own ambitions, using her people as pawns to secure her power. Now, exiled to the Reich, Itami realized that those same people were sick and starving because of her actions. After enduring the abuses of the Itami regime, the Japanese people were now ruled by a tyrant who sought to crush any dissent with lethal force at the first opportunity. Clearly, this was not the Shiba she had known for so many years. The Japanese Empress hung her head, acknowledging her fault for her people's suffering, including Shiba's erratic behavior. Until now, she had left the fight for Japan's soul to Berenger, spending the past month enjoying a peaceful existence far from her people's troubles. Berenger, sensing her distress, wrapped an arm around her shoulder and drew her close. However, this did little to comfort Itami, who had a serious glint in her blood-red eyes. Itami's fists were curling in rage as she gazed upon the scene of her own soldiers ruthlessly gunning down a crowd of peaceful protesters. What she said next caught Berenger off guard. "It's time for me to take a stand against Shiba as more than just a pretty face for propaganda." Berenger's mismatched eyes shifted down to Itami's stern expression as he questioned just what the woman had in mind. "What is your plan?" The albino beauty shook herself away from Berenger's arms as she closely examined the video of the massacre one more time before finally speaking her thoughts. "I plan to establish a government in exile here in Kufstein. The samurai clans are a lost cause. I have known this for years but have been avoiding a solution until now. I will establish a cadre of talented and educated officials selected from those who have already been living here in Kufstein for some time. Your little Kyoto district is the perfect place to establish a proper embassy within the Reich. Don't you think? Though Berenger's propaganda had shifted the public perception of Itami among his own citizens, he was a little fearful that it had not worked as well on those within his small Japanese enclave. Perhaps Itami's life would even be in danger if she visited the area. Thus, he was quick to advise against this course of action. I have a counter-proposal. Allow me to conduct a survey among the people living in Little Kyoto regarding their favorability towards you. Though I have done everything in my power to clean up your image, I fear that there will be many residents who still hold some animosity towards you. If the general population is forgiving of your past actions and genuinely believes that Shiba was at fault the entire time, then we can establish a proper embassy in Little Kyoto and begin recruiting talented individuals to help build your government in exile. After all, many of these people have received a German education and are thus much more capable than those who were part of your previous administration. Itami thought about this proposal for a moment before nodding her head in agreement. It was clear from the look in Berenger's eyes that he was simply acting out of concern for her safety. Even though this would delay her plans by a short time, it was still worth considering, especially if Berenger's fears were proven correct. All right, we will do as you have said. I will wait until we hear back from your survey. After saying this, Itami left the war room, though only she knew where she was headed in this gloomy hour. Berenger quickly got in touch with Linda and had her agents conduct the survey. Within a few weeks, Berenger had the answer he wanted. Thus, he sat Itami down and discussed their options with her. It appears that my propaganda efforts have had a significant effect on the population of Little Kyoto. Most, if not all, of them had never actually directly answered to you and were willing to believe that Shiba was the mastermind behind their exile. There are still a few holdouts who are suspicious of this news, but they don't appear to pose any danger to you. Even if they do, Imperial intelligence is keeping a close eye on them. A platform has been prepared for your speech to Little Kyoto, and once we have the security detail in place, we will be able to formally declare Japan's government in exile. I have a speech being written for you as we speak. I have a seamstress who has created a perfect replica of your Junahaido to appeal to your people. Are you ready to take this next step? Itami nodded silently, realizing that this would be the first major step to reclaiming her throne. When she did, Japan would enter a new golden age, even if it became occupied by the Reich. Since her arrival in Kufstein, Itami had never thought that the man who was once her most bitter enemy would help restore her rule over Japan. Nor had she expected to grow so attached to him. Life was mysterious in this way, and Itami decided not to dwell on it. Instead, for once, she decided to go with the flow. After changing into her imperial regalia and undergoing makeup, Itami followed Berenger to Little Kyoto. She took the stand with a stoic expression on her beautiful face. The Japanese Empress approached the podium, where a microphone awaited, and began to speak with all the charisma she could muster. To all citizens of Japan, whether abroad or trapped under General Shiba's tyranny, hear my message. Most of you are aware of the truth regarding my rise to power and my ascension as Empress of Japan. At a young age, my father, Itami Yasutane, resisted the corruption of the Ashikaga Shogunate and died doing so. A young daimyo named Shiba Kayahiko saw the potential to spark a rebellion through this scandal. However, he lacked the strength to rise to power alone. Instead, he coveted the weapons I had designed to defend the Itami domain. Shiba inserted himself into my life after I had inherited the Itami clan and coerced me into becoming his puppet. He used my father's death as a rallying cry to rebel against the Ashikaga Shogunate. After years of struggle, we emerged victorious, and he convinced the previous royal family to declare me shogun. However, this did not last long, as Shiba found that I would be a better puppet as empress rather than shogun. Thus, he executed the previous imperial dynasty and placed me on the vacant throne. I was to remain unmarried until my death so that he could inherit my throne. Over the next few years, I watched from my prison as Shiba put down rebellions and unified Japan under his banner. When he heard of another advanced nation across the world, he became fearful and decided to do everything in his power to halt their progress. Instead of incorporating our neighbors into our sphere of influence, Shiba began the invasion of Korea to expand our empire into all of Asia. This was only after he made plans with a man we now know as the convicted war criminal, Asha Sarkar. Shiba promised to supply him with weapons and munitions as long as he resisted the Germans' attempts to spread their influence to the east. This was the first of many provocations that led to the war with Germany, the consequences of which we now endure. In the build-up to this conflict, Shiba centralized all authority under his control and committed many heinous acts against his conquered subjects. Finally, he was beaten back by the German Empire to the point where only the Japanese mainland remained under his command. I admit to my shame that it was only after the attack on Tsushima, which left the entire island devoid of life, that I decided to take a stand and demand Shiba's surrender to the Kaiser. After all, I overheard the call where the Kaiser threatened to launch a chemical strike on Heiankyo, and he was going to do it. Because of this, I pleaded with Shiba to surrender, but he refused. Instead, he had me confined to my room and threw away the facade he had so carefully constructed over the years, proclaiming himself shogun. As a result, I escaped to the Reich and officially surrendered to the Kaiser in the hopes that he would spare the lives of those who dwell within Heiankyo. As a man of compassion, he took pity on the Japanese people after learning the truth about Shiba's tyranny and recognized my right to surrender to him. Thus, I entered a life of exile, like so many other Japanese citizens have done in the past. I had thought of giving up my title as Empress and living a life of peace and prosperity here within the borders of the German Empire. However, just recently, I witnessed a film, taken by German agents embedded in Japan, of the dire situation my people now find themselves in. I have failed you all as your Empress, allowing this tyrant to use me as a puppet. But no longer. After witnessing the massacre of several thousand peaceful demonstrators outside the palace in Heiankyo, I felt compelled to come out of hiding and take action. As of this moment, I, Empress Itami Ryo, am formally declaring the formation of a new Japanese government here in Kufstein. One opposed to Shiba's reign, whose purpose is to see my proper ascension to the throne, where I will end this pointless war and work alongside the Germans to create a better world for our two nations and the people who live in them. For those who remain loyal to me and are still within the confines of the Japanese mainland, I have convinced the Kaiser to supply you with arms, food, and munitions, so you can defend your lives and homes against this illegitimate and tyrannical government that Shiba has created. To those of you who live here in Little Kyoto, I call upon you all to join me in the creation of this new government in exile, so we may return to our homes and create a brighter future for our people. Long live Japan! After her speech, Itami descended from the stage and returned with Berenger to the palace. Her message was clear to both the people of Little Kyoto and those living in the Japanese mainland: Shiba's reign of terror was coming to an end.